Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. And as you can see, running late. That seems to be what I do lately. I'm moving a little bit slower. My leg feels some better, but not much. And so it kind of makes me move a little slow. Tonight is an interesting night. We've had some things going on today that was really great for the young men that are left in the YSL trial. And I'm going to show you all a quick video that KATT cut out from the hearing today. They were granted a directive verdict, and that's, I don't know if she explains it in this video, but that's kind of where when the state rests its case and the defense, because, when you're the defendant, you don't have to prove your innocence. The state has to prove your guilt. And if you believe that they didn't prove that, you can ask the judge for a directive verdict. And the judge listened, and they got a win on some things. I think it was a win for them. Like I said, these young men probably committed some crimes. They did commit the crimes they've been convicted of. We don't know about this situation because of the way it was put together. And we've seen for the past, 2 years, a real live shit show. So we just can't say that, the state proved their case. Now, it's still going to the jury, but the judge gave them a small victory. So we will be talking about that first, because that's some great news, and this affects real people's lives. Now, you saw the thumbnail and the storyline. That's coming up next, because that's a true story and it affects people's lives. I don't know what all about the story is true, but I can tell you a couple of weeks ago there was a lot of talk about Kayla Bumpus being married to Shannon Stillwell, which was very shocking to us in the metaverse, because looking at her interactions with Woody, you would think that they were an item. And she said that they were friends and she knew all of these guys. She's a young attorney who's from Atlanta, and said she moved to Houston, Texas. And she said she hasn't started practicing law. When she first moved, she gave the impression that she was here practicing law, but not quite. But she intended to practice law, I would assume, in Texas. But she was in Atlanta a lot, in the courtroom a lot. And a lot of that we thought was just because she's an attorney and she's at the courthouse. And you drop in because those guys, she say, are her friends. She's pretty close to Jeffrey Williams' sister. She said she's the godmother of her son. And so, it was strange when she was brought into the case when Woody had to testify. It was very strange how that happened, but she said that she worked with Attorney Melnick a lot, and so she was just doing him a favor. And now all of a sudden, here right at the end of the trial, here breaks a big story a couple of weeks ago that she was supposedly married to Shannon Stillwell, which is one of the two defendants left in this portion of the trial. And the word was that they were married and that the marriage license was all online and everybody was talking about it, and she wouldn't confirm or deny. But some things happened on yesterday. I was looking at SIMPLYTOT, and while I was looking at her show, someone came in her chat and said that Kayla was live on her show and Miss Betty was on the show. And Miss Betty is Shannon Stillwell's grandmother. And I guess it was his mother who passed since he's been locked up, because I was thinking it was the lady that took care of him, his grandmother, but it was his mother. Be that as it may, the grandmother was sitting next to Kayla outside of the view of the camera, but she was engaged in the conversation that Kayla was having on her show. She does a show on YouTube. So if you're interested, just Google Kayla Bumpus and you will find her show. I think it's called WTF. But Kayla was having her makeup applied online as she talked about the situation, and Miss Betty started talking, and the thing that she said was very shocking to the metaverse. And it was that Kayla said, y'all trying to get me divorced. And she said, girl, you ain't gonna get divorced. So that really confirms the rumor that everybody was talking about, that she would not confirm or deny. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to listen to Shannon's girlfriend that the state called after the rumor hit the metaverse, which now it seems more and more like the state actually planted that story out there as opposed to someone just finding out. It happened right before they were going to call the girlfriend. And so the word on the street on most of the content creators are saying that perhaps the state did this to make this girl angry so that she would come and turn against Shannon. But unfortunately for the state, that didn't happen. But we'll get to see her. And then we have the infamous, famous last witness, Marissa. Her name is Viverito, Velveeta as some call her, Burrito as others, lurking in the bushes, stalker as others. This is the lady that's supposed to be the gang expert that taught all the other gang experts that don't have a clue about gangs sound like. I think she's into gang members that she called gang members. And they're just guys in the hood, and they could be gang members. They call this a hybrid gang. I don't know what it is. YSL is a record label, but YSL also is a saying that a lot of the youngsters use in the Atlanta area and now all over the world. And Jeffrey Williams as Young Thug made that famous. But he said he got it from YSL Yves Saint Laurent. And I don't know how many people even know that, but that's where he got the YSL from, because he's very fashion savvy. And I think that a lot of people misunderstand his fashion. Be that as it may, we're going to go down this rabbit hole. And so we're going to cover all of those areas. But we're going to start out with Judge Whitaker, who we thought was really like another Glanville, and perhaps she could be in some ways. But in a lot of ways, given the system in which she worked, she still has exemplified to me some integrity, honor, and dignity. I may not have agreed with everything she's done or said, but overall, knowing this criminal injustice system as I have come to know it, I think she is the best that we have right now. in Fulton County, and especially for these young men, because I do not believe this case would be ending and we would be nowhere near the results that we have today had she not taken over the case. So I believe she believes in the letter and the spirit of the law and the maxims of law, which are just basics, natural, in harmony with nature and God's law. When you understand that and you learn that from research and finding out how many presumptions that there are against us, and if we don't claim a right or if we don't fight for a right, we're not entitled to it. When we think there are some things that are just innate, but they're not. They're not inherent. You have to actually fight for your right to exist. Asiatic people should know that more than anybody, but I guarantee you that's true of all human beings. So we're going to start with the Honorable Judge Whitaker and her granting those directive verdicts as told by only KATT, not Williams, can tell it. I thank you all for joining me. I ask you all to hit the like button, please. As you're in here, feel free to join the membership or super chat or cash app. It's your choice. Feel free to do so and enjoy the show. So, Phyllis, are you saying y'all not hearing this? Okay, y'all not hearing what's being said? Y'all not hearing this, Judge? Give me a minute and let me see what's going on.
Copeland or Mr. Zachary said that would.
Okay, I think when I lost all of my things, I lost them on things, so it's not coming through. So I'm gonna have to redo this because this is not doing what I want it to do. So you can listen to the music or come back. Okay, Phyllis, let me know if you can hear it now.
Requested and have gotten a trial in this case before a jury, is not before the court as a bench trial. So that means that this court is not the trier of fact. And the standard, as you all know, for a motion for directed verdict is not the beyond a reasonable doubt standard, that what the jury is going to be determining the facts on when the case is given to them. The standard at the stage of motion for directed verdict is that all of the evidence is to be viewed in the light that is most favorable to the prosecution, and doing it in that way, looking at it in that way, is there any evidence from which a rational trier of fact could find the essential elements of the crimes that are charged. So with regard to the motion for directed verdict on counts 1, 2, trying to do these in order. So let me just do it this way. I am denying the motion for directed verdict on all counts except.
There we go. We got one.
Granting a motion for directed verdict as to count 59, count 60, and count 62. I do not believe that the elements of that even viewing in the light most favorable to the prosecution, there's evidence upon which a rational trier of fact could find the essential elements of possession of those particular items. Let me say that with regard
Those
to
are all Diamante Kendricks. The
counts
3 for
one-
Diamante
I'm sorry,
Kendrick.
not count one, counts 2 and 49, again, is not a beyond a reasonable doubt standard that the court is required to employ in determining a directed verdict as to those counts. I understand the arguments, but it is up to the jury to determine credibility of witnesses, and it's up to the jury to determine what witnesses or what parts of testimony they might believe and what witnesses or parts of testimony they might not believe. So if there is evidence presented that a jury chooses to believe, which is how I have to take it in evaluating this, I have to evaluate it as though the jury is going to believe whatever is most beneficial at this point to the state's case, which means they could believe everything that Mr. Copeland or Mr. Zachary said that would support the state's case. And frankly, they can disbelieve even an expert's testimony. And so I just wanted to add a little more with regard to what my reasoning was as to those counts. So that's, y'all know now what it is that you need to be preparing for closings. And I think unless there's anything else on those matters, that we can turn to the hammering out the rest of the jury charges and sorting out the verdict form. And I appreciate that y'all seem to have been able to determine for a lot of the overt acts, which there is not any evidence of. And so obviously those will get redacted out of the indictment. Oh, let me also say with regard to those gun charges that we talked about earlier, that I am granting a directed verdict with regard to the greater of those charges on the 133. The state even admits they don't have all of the elements for that. So those will be charged as the lesser. It looks like that Martinez case provides that even over a defense objection, the state is entitled to get the lesser charge for those counts. So that's why that's kind of, I guess, a grant of a partial directed verdict as to those counts. And those were the, well, y'all know which ones they were. I don't have them right in front of me. What were they?
52, 64, and 61.
Okay.
Those were the 130, 133 ones, right? Some of them.
All right. So I haven't yet seen the proposed charges on the crimes that are set forth in the overt acts. So, Mr. Atkins, we did get, there were some additions or changes with regard to the state's proposed RICO instructions, but have you sent yet the crimes that are just set forth in the overt acts?
The pattern instructions, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, maybe we just missed that.
I titled it, Your Honor, proposed, I think, supplemental jury instructions.
All right, well, Ms. Persfield will look for that. I know there are a couple of things we need to circle back on the non-RICO part of the jury instructions, but let's so we have a written motion for directed verdict on behalf of Mr. Kendrick. Is there a separate one for Mr. Stillwell or you?
Okay. All right, Mr. Kendrick, you want to present yours? I haven't had a chance to read it, only see that it got,
It was last minute, Your Honor, so.
no problem.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Let me begin just by stating that Mr. Sharp and I last night went through a number of the predicate acts and overt acts that are in the indictment.
Okay, y'all, I'm a little discombobulated here, and I couldn't even find the screen in which that video was playing. So if I seem all out of whack, please believe me, I am. I don't even know where that was coming from. So let's just do this. Let me just go and start all over, so that I can get back to my program, because I didn't know what was going on, to be honest. I don't even see my little mic and stuff down here. This has been one strange show I'm putting on here. But it's all good in the neighborhood. We're about to now delve into what was going on. As I was telling you guys about in the beginning with the Kayla bumper situation and things like that, I'm going to share some of Viverito's, Belvita, whatever her name is. I'm going to share some of her testimony so that we can see the women better on the thumbnail. It sounds like that perhaps it's triangle type situation. Viverito is supposed to be the gang expert with the Atlanta Police Department, and I don't know what her rank and file is, and I don't know if she still works there or not, but she didn't want her face shown while she was testifying. Come to find out, it sounds like from listening to this trial that this lady has made up a whole story as if she was Mona Scott doing the DAs of Atlanta. And she actually sold it to the DA's office, and they bought it hook, line, and sinker and just started charging these people with all of these RICOs. I have a problem with the RICO expert being a man that was first known and for his RICO in Atlanta of the Atlanta educators. I had a problem with that you would send school teachers and principals and administrators to prison, not for embezzling funds, but for changing scores for children. That's what they were accused of. Now, I don't know if that was ever proven, because the stuff that I seen, it just didn't make much sense. But what do I know? I'm just looking. But I do know that I have a problem with the man who's supposed to be an expert, and the school board brought him on, and he did this for the court system for free. They said he volunteered pro bono. I would say that was to get his name out there, and maybe he started doing RICOs all over. I don't know. I've done a little research on him and even did a video that gives a little of his history. But I just thought it strange that one of the biggest cases in Atlanta at that time, he would do it pro bono for a school system. So that gave me pause. Then after that, he done the Donald Trump case. He was the RICO expert, but unfortunately, he was the one that was the least paid. She hired a special prosecutor in Nathan Wade, Bonnie Willis did, which was her lover. But the expert in RICO remained silent. And he's been silent throughout this case. I think I've only seen him appear twice, but I only started looking at it back in about March or February, somewhere along those lines. Maybe March or April. So he could have been there before then, but I've only seen him at least twice. And he showed up in this case, and the judge was asking him some questions, and he couldn't answer the question, and he's the RICO expert. So it would be very beneficial to go and look at today's video as they worked out the charge that they're going to give to the jury and things of that nature. But it was amazing how the expert couldn't explain what was going on. So Viverito, the lady who started all of this, who said that she was an expert in gangs and she trained all of the gang people like the Gaithers and the Dennises and the different ones. And she said she took a 2-hour class, I think, in music or something like that. It was really strange, her testimony. And so I want y'all to hear her testimony, but I believe she fell in love with some of these guys and wanted to be with them. And I believe Shannon Stillwell was definitely one of them. She pretends she knew Shannon from, day one, back when he was 17 years old. And she knew his grandmother, and she knew all about him. But as I explained earlier, we'll hear from Kayla, which is the attorney who came to just show up with Woody for supposedly a decision that he was going to make about whether to take the fifth or not. Conflict and interest, she was some of their probation officers. Okay, Viverito was also some of their probation officers. Thank you, Smoke a Lot. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. Good to see you. So she was some of these guys' probation officers, so you know that she wanted to be with these guys. That's one of the things that we try to tell these people that we know in the system here in Dallas. I mean, that I know personally, I'm talking about. Hey, Kelly G, good to see you. We try to tell them that, they be talking to these guys like they're little kids and like they're punks, what we call punks, mealy mouse guys. But some of these guys are actually real people that have gone to jail for what do they call it? 817? What? No, I don't think they call it no 817. What is the number that they call it when they say MURDER? Red rum. There is a number that they have. It could be 817. I don't know. But whatever it is, these guys are real, those kind of people. Yeah, they those kind of people. But they want to talk to them like they're nothing. And, they wear these tight clothes. They too little. All this cologne. They be in the office with these guys with the doors closed as if these guys care. And some of them have been locked up a long time and did some stuff when they were locked up. So, you have to treat people with dignity and respect. But a lot of these women go off into these professions, unfortunately, and they hold these guys' freedoms just like they said that the businessmen do for women in the corporate world. Well, that happens to everybody. It happens to men as well as women. And we have to be very careful in how we do our jobs. Some people do it with integrity, honor, dignity. Most people don't. But we have to have real people in real places. And so this woman, she knew these guys And she got to know them and befriended them. And then she started stalking them, hanging out in their neighborhoods. You know, the girl that we say that want to act like she a sister, you know, try to talk their language, walk the walk, you know, work the neck and all that other good stuff. Well, she became like that with some of these guys where she really felt like she had power over them. Then you had Gaither, who was, I didn't know it at the time, a lesbian who was dating one of the young men that was involved in this case, Auntie. Not only was she dating the lady, they say they're married and live together. So these people are doing a lot of pillow talking and a lot of social media searching, and they came up with this elaborate case, which is really ridiculous. And everybody should be paying attention to what's going on. And if you didn't follow the case, you should go back and look at the case, because it's very, very telling on how this criminal injustice system is truly unjust. And especially for people that are of Asiatic descent. And those are the people that they call Negro, blacks, and colored. We can see how it works when you go into a community of people that are already disenfranchised. They are already cut off from the American dream, and they are the Americans, only to wake up in a nightmare of this proportion. And it started out with someone making up a storyline. It's sad, but it's the reality. And so we're going to hear now this lady as she testified with Shannon's attorney, Max Shard. And I'm going to just tip my hat to these guys because they put in the work. If these young men didn't have the money or whatever it was that they needed to hire these attorneys, trust me, the end would be different. How do I know this? Because my sister's been fighting for 7 years. And this is so blatantly wrong what these people have done. But they've won in the courts. But we've been able to keep appealing and winning. And one day her story is going to be told. It's going to be heard. Because we know what they're doing. And if you don't study to show yourself approved, a workman rightly dividing the word of truth, you're going to get swallowed up. And it may not be in the criminal injustice system. It may be on your job. It may be in your neighborhood. It may be while you're trying to open a credit card. You know, they got all kind of systems to keep us in our place. But we have to start fighting back. And we have to fight back with our intellect, using our mind. Maybe it'll get physical one day, who knows? But if you use the power of your mind and the pen, I guarantee you, you'll have more wins than losses. I'm not saying you're going to win everything, but you'll have more wins than losses. So what I want to do now is play this young lady. And I had all of this set up, y'all. Believe it or not, I set my stuff up before it's time for me to go on. I don't put my thumbnail out there until close to time for me to come on because of, you know, a lot of stupid people here that like to play games. So I just kind of wait. But I had it all set up, all the videos that I'm going to use. And somehow I lost it right before it was time for me to come on. And when I tried to get them back, I must have, you know, I don't know the computer too well. So instead of being on Chrome, I must have been on that other little thing that's a window of Chrome or something. So it wouldn't let me play the video. And I'm sitting here playing the video, and Phyllis told me that they couldn't hear a word. So for 19 minutes, you know, I'm thinking that you guys are hearing what's being played and you were not. So I'm trying to get them back, and I just figured out how to get them back a moment ago, but I only got one back. So That's why I seem so discombobulated. So I ask you all to forgive me, but I thank you all for being here. Please hit the like button. But I wanted to play Nat because I'm going somewhere with this story. This Viverito or whatever her name is, and I really don't like messing up people's names, but I really don't too much care for this lady. So if I mess up her name, I'm really not trying to, but I really, I'm not going to keep on trying to correct myself either. But this lady and the attorney, and I'm going to say the lawyer, Kayla Bumpus, had an altercation in the courthouse right when she was entering the courtroom. And it got brought into the courtroom. Now, there was a lot of gossip a few weeks ago that Kayla had married Shannon Stillwell, which is one of the defendants that is left in this trial, this portion of the trial. And, I don't know, it's something about Kayla. When she first came on, I thought that she was a little strange. And I said some things about her that I thought was strange, especially when she said she was a practicing lawyer in Texas. And when I looked her up at the bar, she didn't have a bar number in the state of Texas. And then shortly thereafter, she came and said, well, she wasn't practicing yet, but they have this program where you can kind of like grandfather in. Perhaps that's true. And I haven't looked her up lately. I don't know if she's practicing or not, but she's not really professional. Not with the ethics that they say that they have to have that job. And with the things that she's saying on YouTube. Now, I understand she's a young lady and she's free to say what she wants to. This is America. But we are held to certain standards, and especially in certain positions. And you ought to just do it because that's who you are as a person, which that's what she said when she came out and did her show and was saying how people had read her wrong. And I sent her an inbox, and she said she responded to everyone that inboxed her. And I sent her an inbox apologizing and letting her know what I felt and what I had said and what I'd done. And I've never heard from her, ever. And that's fine. She doesn't have to respond to me. I just know what I have to do for me. And I am going to be me at all times, no matter who and what you are and you do. But I did my part. So, with that being said, I had questions about her. Now she's married Shannon, and it looked like she was dating Woody, but they say they were just good friends. But you know how we are as people. If we see y'all together doing certain things, acting a certain way, we gonna make you a couple, whether you're a couple or not. But she married Shannon. Now with all of this coming out and the text messages coming out, the wiretaps, it kind of makes me believe that, and others, I heard them say it on their shows, that perhaps now she married him to remain silent. Because one thing we know, just from what happened to CJ, which is the young man that was unalived by the Brown boy, we know that the law of privilege keeps one from testifying against their spouse. So maybe they had a loving relationship before now, but it's now come out that the marriage license was applied for in April, maybe anticipating what was going to happen. When you understand the mind of an attorney, a lawyer, anybody in the legal field, it's ingenuity is what makes you a great lawyer. The ability to tell a story is what makes you a great lawyer. The law itself remains the same. It doesn't change unless the legislature changes it. But you have to know how to apply the law, when to apply the law, and what law to apply. And that's where they get us. They tell us if you present your own case, you have to know the law just like an attorney. Well, I beg to differ. I would say you have to know how to practice like an attorney, because you can use the law. But if you don't know the dilatory pleas that they can file to keep it from being heard, then you don't know how to play the game. And I don't give legal advice. I'm not an attorney. I can tell you what I did and what I would do if I was in a situation. That's what I can share with you. Like I did when I had to go to court for being defamed on YouTube. Oh, it didn't turn out the way I had hoped that it turned out, but I didn't care how it turned out. I just knew what I was going to do, and I saw it through to fruition. And that is what makes me feel good about me. I don't care about the stuff people say and how I didn't get the 11 million that I thought I was going to get. I got the clerk's judgment, but I didn't get the judge's judgment signature. And I understand why today. So when you start doing things for yourself, you can't get caught up in what other people say, think, or feel. You just got to be on your journey and do your thing and let other people feel how they feel and say what they say. But it'll never be said about me, if I was a gambling person, that I didn't bet on me, because that's who I'm going to bet on every time. And that's me. Win, lose, or draw, I'm going to do what I need to do. And however it turn out, it's all right with me. And when you learn to live life like that, you can live in a freeness that you didn't know that you had. Because we don't have much, but we choose how we respond to anything. We choose how we react to anything. In an instant, one bad choice can change our whole lives. For the worse or for the better. That choice is up to you. These people have made some bad choices in their lives, but they're trying to do and be better. Most of them have spent time for these crimes that they're being clumped together as RICO. And here the RICO expert don't even know how to use the RICO language. Strange. And we accept this, and we don't get concerned. It's really, really sad. And we want to keep complaining about how we're getting treated as a people and not looking at how we're treating ourselves. But I wanted to share with you all so y'all can hear this lady in action, this Viverito woman. Y'all can hear her when Max is asking her some questions, and I wanted to play her answering his questions first. Let me see, 162, here it is.
Office.
Okay, let's get here. So y'all, it's going to be a little discombobulated, but I promise you it'll make some sense. I try to make it make sense. Okay, now it looks like, there it is. Yeah, they do smoke, and they're using it, believe it or not. Every state has some form of racketeering laws. That's why I always encourage people, whether you do it or not is up to you, but it would be very beneficial, and especially, you know, that talk they claim we need to have with our children. We don't need to have no talk on how to act when we encounter law enforcer on the street. We need to have the talk to know the Constitution of for the United States, as well as the Constitution for your state. You need to know the rules of civil procedure and the rules of criminal procedure. Those are the things that governs us as a people. We need to know those things so that when we encounter situations, we can counter them back. That's what we need to do. And we don't have to memorize them like they do scripture. But what you should do is have them in your favorites on your computer, bookmarked on your phone. You should have them, and you should just peruse them periodically. You can ask Google questions. What happens if this happened? What law governs this? You can ask those kind of questions so that you can find out what you need to do in the event you find yourself in a situation. That's what I think people should be teaching their children, but that's just me. I am the mother of one Asiatic son, and I taught him what I know and what I do. Smoke said the law they use for terrorist acts since the 9/11, they're using it on gang members, domestic terrorism. That's so very true. And we gave up a lot of freedoms during 9/11. But we allowed them to get away with this stuff. We should not continue to vote people in office that see the things that they're doing. You're so very right about what you're saying. And the saddest part about it, who seems to be the only terrorists, are us. But now we have all kind of gangs in this country. But we're not seeing other gangs prosecuted like we're seeing in our communities. And you got to look at what could be the reasoning behind that. You have to look at the age of the people. You know, they're growing up into what? Reproduction age, meaning that they can reproduce themselves. But if I take you and lock you up like an animal with a lot of people that's of the same gender, we know you're not going to be producing no babies. And now we're doing the same thing to mothers, and we're doing it by way of welfare. Where it used to be a way that it took care of the family, now it's dividing the family. Because we got the drugs in our community that cause us to have addictions, and then some mothers sell their benefits or their children's social security numbers at tax time, and you have these women now going to prison. So it's all kind of traps and games. But what are we going to do? That's what you have to ask yourself. What can I do to make it better or make it different? That's what I would find myself asking myself if it were me. But here we go. I want y'all to hear just a portion of this.
Systems can get hacked, hard drives can get lost, things can get deleted, files can get lost. So I prefer to anything that's noteworthy, make sure it's memorialized somewhere.
Things can get lost. That's your explanation? You can't lose something if you don't make it, can you?
Which is why anything regarding my investigation is probably in an affidavit that I've wrote hundreds of pages.
Probably in an affidavit?
If you would give me a case that you're specifically referring to, I can give you an example.
This
In your
one.
affidavits.
And if you notice, she's doing the same thing Gaither did when she was being crossed. When she was over with the prosecutors, she answered their questions. When she was with the defense being, cross-examined, she needed a specific case. Then she could tell you about a specific case. And her little condescending, nonchalant answers and her tone of voice that she's using is so disrespectful. And a lot of people don't really understand the word disrespect. They take it to mean something that it doesn't mean. But listen to her. Listen to her tone. And listen to the way she answers. And she's talking to another adult. That's how you can tell the level of disrespect. Max is asking her about her reports. because they all came to court as experts with no reports. So that's what he's always been stuck on, reports.
I would like you to show me an affidavit for a search warrant where you list all the Instagram addresses and people that you checked out in March 2022 when you were pulling their posts.
That
I want
was
to know
served.
everyone that you searched.
That was served to you in a discovery folder.
Okay. I have the posts.
Correct. So that's all of them.
All right. I'm not asking for the posts. I'm asking for a list of the people that you searched for.
If you look in the folder, you will see the list of people I searched for.
All right. Okay. All right. Mr. Stillwell, you have known him since 2012, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
He was about 17 at the time?
If that's what the math dictates, then yes.
Okay. You know him to be from the Thomasville area of Atlanta, correct?
When I would encounter him, he would not be. He would be more in the Mechanicsville area.
Okay, fair enough. You know him, and you know personal information about him, correct?
Such as?
You know that he was raised by his grandmother, Betty Jackson.
Yes.
Okay, and you know Betty Jackson is the mother of his biological father.
Correct.
That's where the Jackson comes from.
Correct.
And the Stillwell comes from his mother.
Correct.
And you know that his mother has never been a part of his life.
Correct.
You know that she was a very bad drug addict. It's going to explain communications on the phone.
All right, overruled.
And you know that she's now deceased.
I know that she's deceased. I don't know the circumstances.
Okay.
Great
you know that-
investigation.
and Betty Jackson raised Mr. Stillwell, and you've met Betty Jackson before?
I have.
Okay. And you identified her voice on the jail phones.
Yes.
And also in your review of his phone, the extraction of his phone,
Yes.
you saw her number under the name Boss Lady.
Correct.
Okay. You know Mr. Jackson has a 9th grade education, correct?
I do not know that.
Okay. Do you know him to be a high school graduate?
I don't know that.
Okay. As far as his occupation, as far as you've known him, you know, let's be real for a second. You've reviewed his phones.
Correct.
Okay. You saw mentions of drugs, weed, pills in his phones.
For sale, yes.
Okay, for sale, right. Okay. There was indications in his phone that in 2022 he was selling drugs.
Correct.
Okay. And also in his phone, you saw substantial evidence of his aspirations to become a musician, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You've seen social media posts with him and Wooney Lee at the studio.
Yes.
You've seen social media posts where he hashtagged his upcoming projects.
Yes.
You've seen, you saw on YouTube that short video Slap Talk, correct?
That was on his Instagram profile, yes.
Okay. Did you note at the time that you captured that Instagram post with the song how many views it had?
I did not.
Would you dispute that it was 17,000?
I don't know, so I have no way to.
All right. And you also observed in his phone his communications with other individuals that were rapping, correct?
I mean,
You saw communications with Wooney Lee.
with Wooney Lee, yes.
Okay. And you saw different references and conversations about renting studio time
Correct.
in his phone. Even, we're talking about in March 2022, on March 8th, for instance, there was a discussion about him going to the studio.
Sure.
March 9th, going into the 10th, discussion with Wooney Lee about going to the studio. The Yo is what they call it, correct?
Correct.
Evening of March 10th, discussion of going to the studio run by Mook Tovin.
Correct.
And you know Mook Tovin to be someone who runs the
Tovin.
studio, correct?
Producer of some sort, yes.
And you saw the evidence of, you see file transfers on those dates from Mook Tovin and other people transferring audio files.
Correct.
Okay. And that's consistent with someone making music in the studio and then their work being transferred to them at the end of the night by the studio engineer.
Sure, yes.
Evening of March 11th, discussions with Wooney Lee about going to the studio.
Yes.
March 12th, booking a session at the studio.
Yes.
Afternoon of, or excuse me, the evening of March 14th, your investigation, and I know that, and we're going to talk about 10 o'clock and Windsor Street, but later on in the evening, talking about midnight, your investigation revealed that Mr. Still was in the studio.
Yes.
In fact, he, when people were looking for him, he informed his grandmother that he was in the studio.
I don't know if I remember that, but I know he did, after the murder of Schmeldring, Drink, they were at the studio, yes.
Okay. So, and you've observed some of Shannon's music.
I have.
You've observed a lot of music in your profession.
I have.
You observe a lot of music, let's just
I
put
have.
it that way. You're familiar with drill music, correct?
Yes.
All right. Drill music is something that extends beyond Atlanta.
It does.
It's worldwide, correct?
I know throughout the U.S. I'm not too familiar with it internationally, but yes.
Okay. Common themes of drill music, brutality and violence.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Who's the baddest? Who's the toughest? Who's the most powerful?
Correct.
A lot of bragging.
Correct.
Okay. Claims about women, about who gets the most women. Is that a recurring theme?
Yes.
Bragging about the guns people own and carry.
Yes.
Okay. Bragging about how much money people have.
Yes.
Bragging about homicides, whether it's true or not.
Some.
Okay. It's a type of music, and whether you like it or not, and I'm not suggesting you like it, and I'm not suggesting I like it, but it glorifies violence.
I don't know if I would use the term glorifies because there are a number of drill rappers that have been charged with homicide
Okay.
or engaged in violent acts. So I don't know if it glorifies. There's two sides. It can glorify it and it can also tell the story. So there's two different sides to it.
Okay, so one side, you know people that are in drill music that have been charged with crimes.
What I'm saying is music of that you're describing often feeds into violence.
Okay, and you don't like that, do you?
I
You
don't
feel
like
it.
anybody getting hurt.
Okay, and that's fine.
Yeah.
You feel it feeds into violence, okay? And what I'm asking though is when you said it glorifies, you said I know some people who are in drill music that have been charged with crimes.
Correct.
Okay, and you also know a lot of drill music where people claim they did this and claim they did that.
Correct.
All right. And it's not always factual.
No, but being a drill artist doesn't negate the fact that you engage in violence.
Okay, you may.
It could go either way, but
Right.
being a drill artist doesn't negate that fact.
That's fine. Okay. Common terms in drill music, ops,
Correct.
stands for opposition.
Correct.
And that is a recurring theme that you almost hear in every song. Isn't that fair to say?
In every song and almost every investigation that I work, yes.
Okay. And if we, and we're not going to do it, but if we Google and get on YouTube and type in rap ops, we'll see dozens of songs with ops in the title,
Correct.
including by well-known artists.
Correct.
All right. Glizzies. Glizzy is a term that comes up a lot in drill music, correct?
Correct.
It's a gun.
Yes, but I don't know if I've heard that used that much by these folks that we investigated with this.
I'm
Yeah,
just talking about.
it does. Guns do come up, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's in one of Shannon's songs.
Okay.
Lizard Walk.
Okay.
Okay, and that's another term that comes up a lot in drill music.
Glizzy, blick, fi, whatever you want to call it.
Red light. It's another one that comes up a lot in drill music, correct? Red lights.
I don't hear that as often, no.
Okay. You ever hear of the song "Red Light" by Future?
I have not.
You heard the lyrics? Yeah, and this shit real out here running through the red light, looking through your rear view and might just sneak up on the car and try to spray you. You hear that? Heard that lyric?
No, but if Mr. Wilburn would have engaged in a homicide at a red light, I probably would have looked into it.
Okay. I didn't ask anything about a homicide or Mr. Wilburn. All I asked if you've heard the lyric.
But yes,
Okay,
but
well,
it was
I'm
something I
just-
would look at.
Okay. Chalk. Chalk you out, chalk them up. Slime and chalk. Those are
Slime and chalk, I'm familiar with, yes.
all right. Those are things that you would hear in drill music, correct?
Slime and chalk, I've heard. The others, I don't know if I've heard.
All right.
I want to just talk on a moment about how she's talking about drill music and the people that do it and how it leads to violence. You know, the story is way deeper than that, because for most artists, especially the young men who have come up from the mud, as they love to say, started from nothing and now are millionaires because people are listening to them being able to be creative and poetic and put it to a beat. It wasn't always kill, kill, murder, murder, slut, slut, bitch, bitch. At one point in time, it was conscious. It was self-destruction. We headed for self-destruction, and it was telling us what not to do. It was Grandmaster Flash. It was having a party, and the party didn't start till I walked in, and I probably won't leave until the thing ends. But in the meantime, in between time, if you work your thing and I work mine, we came here together for us to get off. We either get loose or we either get lost. It was about having fun. It was about, I sit alone in the four-cornered room staring at candles. You know, it was about my mind playing tricks on me. It was about, don't push me, cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep them going under. It was about self-preservation. It was about teaching the children. But that music, when crack cocaine came, wasn't good enough. We had to move to another phase, and the people that run the music industry would not play your music, nor with the radio stations, because it wasn't doing what it needed it to do. And it was fine as long as it was in the hood. But when little Bobby and little Johnny and little Ricky started bobbing, little Dustin, Austin, Kelly, Autumn, then it became a problem. When they came up with the idea for us to go to privatizing prisons, it's not enough that we have state prisons all over the United States. And we have plenty of state prisons, trust me. That wasn't enough. We want to privatize the prisons. And then we got our athletes, the one that we go pay hundreds of dollars to have season tickets to go watch them run up and down a court, run up and down a field, hit a golf ball, a tennis ball, whatever the sport is, started investing. And so how do we get these privatized prisons filled up? We give them a storyline. Started way back with Ice-T and Ice Cube. We holla fuck the police. Well, we had a meaning to that when we said that, because it's some things that we just can't say to police that we watch other people say every day on TV. You dare not cuss at a police officer when you look like me. Now some of us do, and we pay a price for it. Some of us don't even say anything, and we pay a price for it. But this is by design. And here she's going to tell us about drill music. We're not talking about Metallica and all of the groups that call and say, kill your mama, kill the babies. We're not talking about that. No. We're not talking about I kissed a girl and she kissed me back and I like it. We're not talking about that. We're talking about young men and women who came from nothing and turned it into something. And just because they were blessed with the gift, the talent, the stick-to-itiveness, the ingenuity, the determination, the commitment, now they have to give up their freedom. Because you can't have it both ways. When you work in a public job, or on a public job, however you want to say it, they make you give up your intellectual properties. You may see a better way of doing a job. Now you got to sign a form and say if you come up with a way to do something, it belongs to the corporation and not you. You might get a little bonus for it. You might not. But once we start understanding that the way America was really formed, whether we know this or believe it, I can't help your belief system. You need to know. But the way it was formed was for us to be entrepreneurs and to trade with other nations. That's what it was all about. Unfortunately, we don't teach that, nor are we taught that. We're given docility training for animals, and that's the public school system. So that's anybody in the public school system. Some systems are better than others. But a person with the right, and they don't claim the right, are no better than the person without a right. So all these people talking about go back where you came from, go back. Can a baby go back in its mother's womb? I doubt it. But I just had to say something about that. And I want to thank KATT Williams, my girl, who we're listening to right now. She gave us 5 new members. An honor and a privilege to know KATT, because she definitely supports anybody that's trying to have a channel. And I want to thank you, KATT, from the bottom of my heart. I'm going to go back. It look like I seen somebody in here. Hey, son. You laughing at your mama? It's good to see you. Not often does he come, Because he tell me that this shit I'm saying, he hear it all the time. So but he will check on his mother. And I love him for that. So thank you for dropping by. Okay, let's get back to what this woman is saying here. I might call her a female. I don't think she's a woman. She's just a female. Just the way that lady say yeah is enough to make me want to slap her upside her head. It reminds me of Hilton when she say sure, like she in the bedroom. I mean, why you saying that to these people? It don't even make sense. These people fighting for their life, the right to be, and y'all playing games. It's sad. And it's unfortunate that a lot of people find this entertaining and not erudition. We need to be writing this stuff down and learning. One thing I love about KATT is she's always taking notes. She reminds me of my friend. I have a friend that's an ex-state representative. You would never hold a conversation with her unless it's a private, personal one. But if you talking any kind of business, on the phone, in person, she gonna have a pen, a piece of paper, and she gonna be taking notes. It's beneficial to learn from people that know more than you, that's doing greater things than you. Some things you may not ever do, but the knowledge is invaluable. It's priceless. Let me stop and let me get back to Max.
We heard 5 songs by Mr. Stillwell. Okay.
Yes.
And they were, let's see, Slat Talk, Ran This Money, Bullshit, Lizard Walk, and Red Light.
Yes.
And all those songs, you have identified Mr. Stillwell, and they were in Mr. Stillwell's phone.
Correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, there were other songs in Mr. Stillwell's phone as well.
Correct.
Okay, so we heard 5 of all the songs that Mr. Stillwell had in his phone.
Correct.
And do you know, outside of his phone, how many other songs Mr. Stillwell has made?
I know through the years I've seen him make a few, but I couldn't give you a number.
Okay. Now, with those songs, do you know when they were written?
No, and on direct, I said I can only see the date that they were added to the device.
Right, and you don't, and let's just be clear, the date that they were added to the device was 3/17. There was some sort of file transfer according to the report.
Correct.
On 3/17. You don't believe that on the morning of 3/17 he was in the studio making all those songs?
Not to say that 1 or 2 of them couldn't have been made in the days prior, but I can't give you exact dates on them.
Okay. So we don't know when they were when they were made. Do we know when they were written?
No,
Do we know who wrote the lyrics?
we don't.
Okay, and in fact, on one of the songs, Red Light, it says featuring Vito, correct?
Correct.
Veedo.
Correct.
You know Vito to be a songwriter, not an artist, a songwriter for 300 Entertainment, correct?
He could be, yes.
Okay. Some of these songs that we heard have the typical ops, red light, glizzy, homicide, typical things that are hallmarks of drill music, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, also, in one of the songs, Mr. Stillwell makes reference to his bankroll, right?
Correct.
Okay. Bankroll is the amount of money you have.
Correct.
wad of cash.
Correct?
All right. And he's bragging about his bankroll.
Correct?
And that's what he's saying. That's what he's releasing to the public through this song.
Correct?
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, do you know him to own a car?
No.
Do you know him to own a house?
No.
Do you know him to be independently wealthy?
I mean, sometimes, yes. He has a lot of money on him.
Okay. His bankroll, is that something that artists often talk about, their bankroll and how big it is?
Sometimes, yes.
Is that always true, that the artists that are bragging about their bankroll is really as big as they're claiming it is in their songs?
That's an individual basis.
Okay. Could it be, you ever heard the term, like my son says it all the time, cap? Like, just made up. Cap.
That was slick. That was slick.
It could be, but that's not necessarily the case with Mr. Stillwell Jackson.
I'm asking if you've ever heard the
Yes,
term.
I have.
Okay, and artists cap on songs all the time, don't they?
Some do, some
Okay.
don't.
And Mr. Stillwell, in his songs, was claiming that he had a bankroll.
And he did sometimes. Yes, he did sometimes.
Well, on the phones, you reviewed his phones.
Correct.
You saw him basically begging Miss Alexander to give him $1,500.
But if you listen to the March 16th wiretap call, he talks about all the money he had,
Okay.
and he didn't want to go to jail with all that money. So he had a lot of. It fluctuates from day to day. So I don't know. Some days he has a bankroll, some days he has no roll. So
Okay. Did he have a bankroll? Do you know if he had a bankroll the day he recorded that song?
do not.
Could that have been Cap?
Could have been. He could have been reminiscing about when he had his bankroll.
Okay. In these songs, while we're talking about Cap, let's see. Mr. Stillwell referred to himself as Big Slime.
Yes.
Okay, you ever hear anyone else refer to Mr. Stillwell as Big Slime?
I'm trying to think. He's been referred to as Big Slime and Life-Size Lizard.
Right, that's what he calls.
Did y'all hear how she said, yeah? When he said big slime, like she's privy to that because she knows that's what she calls him. But this woman here is a piece of work.
Himself.
He's also referred to as that. I've heard him.
So he was claiming to be Big Slime in
Correct.
the song that he wrote or performed. Okay. Then we got, let's see, Dolly White in one of the songs. Bullshit, right?
Dolly, yes.
She brags about making $201K in a day.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know? Is there any evidence that you have that on that day that Dolly White was claiming that she made $201K that day, that she actually made $201,000 that day?
I wouldn't know what day it is to be able to tell you. She could have been on Instagram or somewhere bragging about having 200K. So without knowing the day, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that Dolly White, I'm not talking about Jeffrey Williams, I'm talking about Dolly White, has ever made $201,000 in a day in her life?
I couldn't tell you what Miss Greer makes.
Could that have been Cap?
So yes.
But it also could not have been.
Oh my God.
So.
Now, when he asked her about that amount, she said she needed to know what day it was. Okay, what day it was. Then when he said ever in her life, it could have not been that she was capping. as if she believed that that girl made that in one day. I mean, they just refuse to answer questions, and that should not be allowed in a court of law. I just tell you, that should not be allowed. It should be perjury, even though maybe she didn't say nothing perjurious on that statement. But the lies that these people tell and the omission is the same as lies. It's just too much.
We talked about the lyrics on direct. In these songs, Mr. Stillwell never mentioned an infinity.
No.
Never mentioned Diamante Kendrick.
No.
Never mentioned Demise McMullen or Nard.
No.
Never mentioned Justin Cobb or Doo-Wop.
No.
He mentioned being arrested for a homicide and beating him.
I don't want to, I'm going to tread lightly on it. I don't know. Can I get some direction on?
He said I beat.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I'm approaching it correctly. I don't want to.
Yeah, I'll ask a very targeted question.
Okay.
He mentioned on Slat Talk, I beat a murder rap.
Yes, he did.
Paid my lawyer $30 for that.
He did mention that.
Okay. He also mentioned beating a homicide on another song, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have, the fact is that Mr. Stillwell, he's on trial for that here today. At the time he wrote those lyrics, he had never beaten a homicide.
That's a real slippery slope to explain that. I don't want to say some, if I can get some.
He had never been cleared or went to trial and was found not guilty of a homicide.
Yes.
I think this is an approach just to save the witness because the witness is asking to be saved. Just my take on it there. So let's get one approach. Because they've already had Sprinkle talk about who they were looking at previously, right? So there's stuff that's in evidence that dances around this. I don't know why she's acting like, oh my god, woe is me. She doesn't want to concede that he's talking about beating a homicide, paying his lawyer 30 racks, and it's not actually a true statement. She wants to hold on to that being true. I hope not. I hope Whitaker doesn't dismiss for the day. Yep, she wants to answer her in her own way. And regardless of why let's say she's genuinely concerned about slippery slope, pulling a Dennis, right? It doesn't matter if the jury is thinking about it the same way it's coming off to me, right? The jury gets to decide her credibility. The jury gets to interpret what she's doing here. So, yeah, this too, right? Good point, Tufo. Maybe it's Tofo. Not answering just makes the jury pay more attention to it, right? And we're marinating on it. Now look at us in the chat. We're sitting here marinating on it because we have nothing else to do but twiddle our thumbs until they come back. So same with the jury. They don't even have a chat to keep them busy. So yeah, I personally think her credibility is shot. She can't. And there are personality types that just can't answer questions, yes or no. But here, when you're in the witness stand, that's a huge for your credibility for me. Like, why be resistant on absolutely everything? And every time you're willing to say yes, you say, outside of this, but here I'm certain that this was this in this example. When on direct, the whole way through direct, every time Hilton asked you how you knew something, how you came to know something, you just said, because my investigation. My investigation that I didn't notate anything unless it was to obtain a search warrant, which is a different motive for taking notes for, filling out an affidavit for a search warrant. That's a pretty selfish motive to actually notate stuff in length when you don't do it otherwise. So let's see here. Oh, they're sending the jury out.
We need the witness. I need the witness.
Are they going to question her without the jury there? KC Dog says, I'm convinced SB Shannon Stillwell played her and she's salty. Look, I wouldn't put it past anything can happen. Anything can happen. So who knows? I think we're gonna press question, hone this out with Viverito without the jury, which is essentially a break. She gets a chance to run through a test run, get it together.
Mr. Shart asked you a very specific question, and you seem to have answered in a way that surprises everybody. So we need to get some clarity from you. Okay, so can you listen really carefully to what his question is and answer that question? And then if your answer is still the same, we need to ask some follow-up of you. Okay, go ahead.
In the songs that we reviewed, Mr. Stillwell claimed to have beat a homicide, correct? Or
Correct.
beat a murder rap, beat a homicide.
Correct.
Okay. Did he in fact beat a murder rap or beat a homicide, as he claimed?
I think he,
Go ahead and explain it now, because the jury's not in here.
Yes,
We're just
yeah.
trying to sort out what
I
it
think
is.
from my understanding of Mr. Stillwell back in that time, he was under the impression that the Donovan Thomas case had been, that they were going to beat it. Like they were about to beat it, or it was beat, or it wasn't going to be an issue. I didn't want to say that because I didn't know.
Well, that's good that you didn't
Yes.
say that. But that's not the question that he asked at
I'm not
the
asking
time.
what Mr. Stillwell thought. I'm
Okay,
asking-
yeah, then no.
And listen
Okay.
very carefully to what he actually, that's not what he asked a minute ago, but you don't have knowledge that nobody else has that he was tried for some other
no.
murder and got a hung jury or an acquittal, right?
No, Your Honor. I just wanted
Okay.
to make sure.
So if Mr. Shart asks you, has he ever beaten one, and by beaten, I mean, gotten an acquittal or however he phrases it, what would your answer be then?
No, I just didn't know the specific outcome of if it was.
Has he
Dismissed
even
and
been tried for
No.
another murder?
He
Okay,
has not
so
been
don't
tried.
say, I don't know the specific outcome if he has never been tried for one other than the one he's on trial for right now, okay? Understand?
I just thought, I didn't know if he meant it was.
Shut
drunk.
up.
That was all, Your Honor.
That's not what was asked.
But that's not what he just asked right here, Your Honor.
I know that, I know that.
I think that's the clarity that we have, because at the time, Mr. Stillwell was on bond for the murder, and so.
That is not anywhere near what he asked. He asked, has he ever been tried for and acquitted of murder? Being given a bond before a trial ever occurs does not a yes answer for, has he ever been tried and acquitted?
Right, but even the question he just asked right now was not that direct.
I know, that's because, I know, but just now what he asked, we're just trying to figure out what it is she might mean. And are you then gonna ask?
I'll ask about the bond next.
Okay, so if he asked about bond, then you can answer whatever you know about whether he was released on bond.
I just want to be respectful of his rights, Your Honor. That's all.
Okay, is anybody need any more clarity on,
I definitely do, because I think on redirect, I
okay,
think it becomes very relevant to ask the witness at the time he wrote those songs, is it based on everything that you know and speaking to him and other people, that did he believe he beat the murder?
I would not let you ask that, because how on earth can she know what is in his head? I mean, you could ask it, but I would overrule it if objection were made.
I wish she sat through the Daubert hearing.
I understand your
And you point that, if that is in evidence, then you point that out in closing argument.
I think we would put them in now.
Well, y'all have to make a decision, each of you, as to how you're going to present your case, or. All right. Do we have clarity now?
I think I'm clear. Yes, I'm clear.
You're going to ask the first a direct question about whether or not he's been tried or convicted. We're going to ask that direct question first. And then you're going to ask.
And listen to how Simone tried to put in her 2 cents. Girl, just be quiet and let this go on and go. You know that lady is wrong. Ain't even trying to answer the question.
And then, I mean, Mr. Abatte, you suggested that you might then introduce evidence that he said what were you saying?
Well, I think that's fine with the call, but I think that creates questions on redirect. And then he asked is, at the time that he wrote those songs, he's been on bond for a number of years. He makes all of that very relevant as it relates to like diving into why he said that in the lyrics of the song. But I think the whole point of this is a very slippery slope, because we begin to talk about things that I don't necessarily we all want to get into as it relates to objection for mistrial, because all of these questions allow us to then ask on redirect the specifics as it relates to when he made the songs, when he released on bond, things of that nature. You can argue as to the belief as to why he believed he beat the murder, because it had been 3, 4, however many years. So he had not.
Well, you can ask that had he been on bond 3, 4, or however many years. What you cannot ask this witness is, so then do you think he believed he beat it? I mean, that is something that this witness can't testify to, that I know of. If you have some reason to believe you think she can testify to that. But I mean, if it's just, oh, I can put 2 and 2 together, he'd been out for 17 years on bond and not been, tried yet, then that's something that is not beyond the ken of any juror, and you can argue that in your closing, but you can't ask this witness that question, okay?
Yes.
Everybody clear now? Okay. All right, we'll get the jury back.
She was
How
going
long
all the
is
way
it
against
gonna be like
Glanville there.
macro Stopping point. I mean, I don't mind keeping them until 6.
There'll be a natural stopping point,
Okay.
and I'll be.
If we do that, we have 5 minutes.
Right now?
Recess, just 5 minutes. All right.
Yes. Yes, we can, because I don't want to break yet again if we're going to go for another hour or so. So y'all.
All right. So, if you in the chat paid attention to like the Daubert hearing, we looked through the transcripts, I think 2 weeks ago now. Everything that Paige is laying out here and arguing with Hilton about, and even arguing with Abatte about, is something that when Love was doing the Daubert hearing to qualify Marissa Viverito as an expert witness in October of 2023, she was insisting that because of her experience and expertise, she should be able to get into something that should be an ultimate issue that an expert witness shouldn't be able to testify to. And that's what's in someone's head when they're doing or saying certain things. In Glanville and Mr. Steele, Brian Steele, and said, no, it's absolutely fine for the expert to opine on. You can get that on cross. And they kept arguing. The defense tried to argue and say, look, this is not outside the ken of the jury. The jury should be able to decide this fact, not have an expert witness tell them, as if their belief of someone else's belief is fact or should be evidence. And here Whitaker's laying it out, and I really agree here with Carrie H. Carrie H. says, I'm kind of glad Glanville let this in. Shard is demolishing them. It looks super ridiculous. It looks super ridiculous. And you already see that the state has been hinging on this, and they already have a wraparound plan. They want to be able to ask about it again on redirect. They want to be able to ask about it, talk about it in closing. So this is a centerpiece. This whole idea that Viverito can tell the jury and then they can use in closing what Viverito told the jury about what was in someone's head when they were doing or saying things. It's a major component of their argument, and it's not supposed to be. It is not supposed to be. So, let's see how this one plays out. This is a mess. We're not really behind. We should be real time right now. No. And I think Max Short has a long cross-examination, so I imagine come back in the morning and Viverito might reset, refresh a little bit, but she'll unwind just as quickly again tomorrow. FFS, big thank you to FFS all day. Melissa Peters also says, thanks FFS, predicted that so much, with the green heart and the 100 emoji. Be careful, because that 100 could be Viverito's definition of a bankroll. Luke Kelsey says, if I was a juror, I'd vote not guilty. These boys and all of us have done a life sentence just listening to the state. Yep, a jury nullification just based off the waste of time. You never know, the jury could do it. Could be.
Do y'all see how time flies when you're having fun? I had to cut that one off because I really want y'all to get to the story that's on the thumbnail, but I also want y'all to hear Doug Weinstein as he talks about the watch. Okay? This is really something. And this is Viverito. So this is one of the faces that's on the thumbnail. It's important to know how cocky she is, how she thinks she's a part of these men's lives, and especially Shannon's, because of what happened in the courtroom when she and Kayla had an altercation. So let's hear this about the watch. And this watch belonged to Jeffrey Williams. And this is something that happened when they went out to inventory, supposedly, and confiscate. So let's hear this. It's not long. Then we're going to move into Kayla verifying that, yes, she's married. And I did something to my screen, and I don't know what I did, so it doesn't come up as big anymore. I'll figure it out.
Good afternoon, Investigator Viverito.
Good afternoon, Mr. Weinstein.
How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. As you know, I represent Mr. Kendrick.
Yes, I do.
All right. Let me ask you a few questions. Excuse me. Permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you DK16. Do you recognize the individual in that picture?
I do.
I'd like to admit DK16 into evidence.
Submit.
Permission to publish? In Exhibit DK16, who do you see?
Dwayne Carter.
And Dwayne Carter is also known as Little Wayne, right?
He is.
Okay. In the image that is on the right side of the two photographs,
Yes,
you see his arm there, correct?
I do.
Do you see ESPN on his arm?
I do.
And what do you maintain that the ESPN, or do you know what the ESPN on his arm stands for?
On him, since he's not a member of YSL, I couldn't tell you what that stands for.
But he's
The
not a member of
change.
YSL, as you correct?
Correct.
And yet he has ESPN on his arm.
Correct. Like I could have a star, Bloods could have a star. Different tattoos mean different things to different people.
So the ESPN on his arm could mean ESPN, the sports network, correct?
As not being a member of YSL, yes.
So if you're a member of YSL and you have ESPN on your arm, are you saying the only thing it could possibly mean is your interpretation of ESPN?
That's what I've seen it mean thus far with members of YSL.
And that's the only thing you believe it could mean?
As far as members of YSL, yes.
So the fact that my client was a football star at Grady. Okay. Do you know if my client played football at Grady?
I do now.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship
investigation.
to University of Georgia as a football player?
Objection, assume it affects that.
I'm asking if she knows it.
Sustained. You can ask if she knows whether it's true or not.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to the University
I've
of
heard
Georgia?
that.
You've heard that. Okay. And so would you find it surprising that someone that got a football scholarship to the University of Georgia might like ESPN, the network?
I mean, they could like it, but I don't know if I'm sure he likes other.
Oh,
If it's tattooed
Hold
on
on.
you, it must mean ESPN, that you're a member of YSL. You just said that Dwayne Carter
hold on.
has
Did something get
ESPN on.
skipped?
Do you know my client got a scholarship to University of Georgia as a football player?
Objection, assume it affects that.
I'm asking if she knows it.
Sustained. You can ask if she knows whether it's true or not.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to the University
I've
of
heard
Georgia?
that.
You've heard that. Okay. And so would you find it surprising that someone that got a football scholarship to the University of Georgia might like ESPN, the network?
I mean, they could like it, but I don't know if I'm sure he likes other TV channels also that aren't tattooed on him.
She really buffered.
So if it's tattooed on you, it must mean ESPN, that you're a member of YSL. You just said that Dwayne Carter has ESPN on his arm, but he's not a member of YSL.
Compound.
Sustained.
You just said that ESPN on Lil Wayne is not a YSL insignia, correct?
Correct. Like I could say, you can see a college sorority girl with a star tattoo on her, right? And then you can go down to the prison and see members of blood gangs with 5-point stars tattooed on them. It's going to have, we look at everything on an individual basis. So I can't make that determination. When it comes to YSL members, when you see ESPN associated with a YSL member, I have not seen it mean of anything other than every slime play nasty.
And you said you could see a sorority girl with a star on her, correct?
Correct.
And you could see a University of Georgia football player with ESPN on their arm too, correct?
Correct, but they're both not members of a blood gang or YSL.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, can I get you to come up? May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
I think Kokomo is a distraction bait here for Viverito, perhaps. Not to minimize the hard work I know Kokomo does, but get closer to the witness. Let the witness get a good look at Mr. Kokomo. Oh, it took 2 whole seconds for her bias to show. I cannot believe that.
Mr. Kokomo is going to show you a video. I just want to know if you recognize that video.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Would you play a piece of that?
Can I stop for a second? Is that going to show my face on camera?
No, we're not going to.
Okay, I just
I'm
want
not
to
going to.
I just want to make sure.
I'm not going to show you.
Okay, yes, absolutely.
Do you recognize that video?
I do.
I'm not going to publish this video, but I'd like to introduce DK15 into evidence.
Okay. It's admitted.
Okay, now I'm going to show you a still from the video.
Sure,
Okay, do you recognize that?
I do.
And do you recognize the individual in that?
That is me, I do.
Okay, okay. I am going to introduce DK15A. And it's redacted.
No objection.
Okay.
All right, and that's a still from the video.
Yes, it's
Submitted.
DK15A. It's a still from the video, and it's been redacted to remove the image of Investigator Viverito.
Look how hard Max is smiling. I don't know how Doug kept a straight face. I really don't.
Thank you. It's
Okay.
admitted.
Would you please publish DK15A? Okay. Who is in this still image from DK15?
That is me.
Okay. Do you recall when this was taken?
That was on March 9th of 2020, I'm sorry, May 9th of 2022
And where was it taken?
at 355 Allison Drive Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30342.
And whose home was that at the time?
The home of Jeffrey Williams.
And where in the home are you?
Should be the master bedroom closet leading to the bathroom.
And in the video that you watched, which I'm not publishing, again, because it has your image on it.
Correct.
What are you doing at that point in the video?
We're inventorying the jewelry and items that are in the home.
Okay.
Inventory?
And is this image that is taken, that's part of your inventorying procedure in the home, is that correct?
It's a documentation procedure, yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what you're holding in your hand in this still image?
I do.
And what are you holding in your hand?
A watch of some sort.
Okay. Do you know if do you recognize that as a Richard Mille watch?
I guess, yes.
And that's a pink watch, correct?
It's pink and either pink and light pink or pink and white, yes.
It's a pink band, correct?
Correct.
And it has a white ceramic, I'll call it the body of the watch.
White, or, yeah, I guess it's white if you say so, yes.
Okay. After you took this image and you did this inventorying process, where did the watch go after this?
If you watch the video in its entirety, we're inventorying everything in the closet. There's a bunch of small boxes everywhere. So if you watch the video in its entirety, you take it and the watch is photographed like this, box is closed, it's taken and put up on the shelf in the upper left-hand corner, and the inventorying continues. And then jewelry starts getting packed up and getting ready for the evidence team to come and take it down to property.
Okay. Since November the 4th of this year, have you spoken to the state about this particular watch, the pink watch with the white band that I've been calling the Richard Mille or Richard Mille watch?
To the state, no, but I've seen the
Social media?
Twitter coverage of it going missing or whatever you want to.
Maybe.
Well, no, I mean, there's a camera in here. They know that it's being live streamed. You just are not supposed to be watching it.
Oh.
And you asked that in the evidence, so
Well,
just keep moving.
I wasn't watching the trial, but my name.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just keep moving.
Okay.
Unless you need to
But
approach
you-
about something
No,
else.
That
that's
seems
fine.
like a lie.
Okay.
Because what about the Taisha Alexander
Tell me,
comment?
I'd like to know about this. Tell me in the whatever coverage you saw, what did you learn about this watch that came up in this trial?
Sustained, well, yeah, sustained.
Okay. So after this watch was inventoried and you left it for, I'm sorry, who did you say takes the watch after the inventorying process?
So if you watch the video in its entirety,
Which I can't show here, but go
right?
ahead.
But if you watched it, like I watched it, the watch gets boxed back up and placed up on the shelf, and it gets left there by the team as as an accident.
Why would she have a need to watch the video and she was there doing it? She just told off on herself.
It was left there. The home was then turned over to Mr. Williams Sr. and Mr. Garfield Lamond to take possession of the home.
And is it the normal process when you're taking jewelry from the home? or high valued goods that
Inventory.
you leave behind a $500,000 watch on a shelf?
First, I don't know the value of it. Second of all, like I said, there were numerous jewelry boxes. It was, if you watch the video, everybody in there had on body cameras. I was made sure I was on camera at all times. There was cameras throughout the home. So you would be able to see if one of us removed a watch, the box remained in the closet. And like I said, the home was turned over to Mr. Williams Sr. and Mr. Garfield Lamond, who were the two people on scene that took custody of the home for Mr. Williams.
Okay, can we go back to my question?
Sure.
Sure. Is it the normal procedure to leave high valued items behind when you're doing a search and then a seizure pursuant to a warrant?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance and answer.
It wasn't answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I don't know if there's necessarily a procedure on what you take or what you don't. Like I said, it got left behind. There were other things, like other items of evidence that I had asked to be taken, such as photographs and artwork that had relevance to this case that were left behind by the evidence team. It was quite a big operation. There was a hostile crowd gathering at the bottom of the driveway, so we were trying to speed it up to get out of there.
Now, how she know the evidence team left stuff behind when all she was doing was taking the inventory and supposedly left for the evidence team to come? So I guess she was still there when the evidence team came.
So are you telling me that law enforcement has no procedure with what you do with high value items that are subject to a seizure warrant?
Objection, relevance and answer.
It's asked and answered at this point.
Okay. So the watch you say was left behind. What else wasn't done according to your instructions at the home that day?
I believe there were two pieces of artwork that were, one was Mr. Williams in a general uniform with snakes on his arm, and then one was Mr. Williams as like the Jesus at the Last Supper with all the people around him that I thought were relevant that were not taken. And like I said, it started to get pretty hostile out there, so we were trying to speed things up.
You said that there were many people with body cams in the
Correct.
home at the time. How many people approximately at the time of this raid of the home, let's call it that, were wearing body cams?
Almost everybody.
And did these body cams capture Mr. Kendrick within the home?
I believe they caught Mr. Kendrick running from the home.
That's not the question I asked.
They caught him outside of the home. I don't know how to better come answer
Well,
your question.
it's either a yes, no.
No.
Is there body cam image of Mr. Kendrick within Mr. Williams' home?
The body camera image I saw was him running from the home.
Is there body cam image of
No.
Mr.
Answer
Williams
yes or no, and then you can explain.
in the home?
I haven't reviewed it, all of the entry team's body camera, but no.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Kendrick in Mr. Williams' home?
On that, by the time I arrived at the location, the entry was already made. So I did
you-
not, no.
You did not? Okay. Did you, there were approximately a half a dozen firearms found within the home, correct?
Correct?
Have you seen any images of Mr. Kendrick possessing any of those firearms?
I have not.
Have you seen any images of Mr. Kendrick near those firearms?
I have not.
There were drugs found in the home, correct?
Correct?
Did you see Mr. Kendrick with any of those drugs?
No.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick anywhere near any of those drugs?
No.
As far as you know, was Mr. Kendrick in actual possession of any of those drugs?
No, I wasn't there when they made entry.
Have you spoken to anyone? No, let me take that back. Did you speak to Mr. Kendrick at all at that time?
I did not.
Okay. As far as you know, did Mr. Kendrick have any of those drugs? As far as you know.
As far as I know, no.
And as far as you know, did he have any of those guns?
I just know he was in the home where they were located at some point that day.
Okay. Let's talk about the mob ties video for just a moment.
Yes.
So in that video, at the very end, right, we have Mr. Kendrick saying, excuse my language, saying, knock it off your big homie bitch, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall how many times that line was stated prior to Mr. Kendrick uttering that line at the very end?
Multiple.
And it was stated by 24 Heavy, Ricky Hill, correct?
Correct.
And I believe he states it 3 times, right?
Correct.
So Mr. Kendrick is just repeating a line that someone else has written or someone else has said. He's repeating that at the end, correct?
I'm not sure who the writing credits go to, but he did say it at the end.
He's not freestyling it in that it's never been heard before in the song, correct?
Well, it wasn't part of the song. At that point, the song had ended, and he yelled it.
But it had been said 3 times before in the song, right?
Right.
So you're aware there's post-editing that lines can be put into music after the song is recorded, correct?
Right, but the context of how he was saying it, the way he said it, wasn't going along with the song.
Ooh, this is interesting. Tell me about that.
It was after the song had concluded, and he kind of yelled it out with Miss Raven, and I forgot who else was
Look
with
at
him.
Shart.
How do you determine that a song has concluded?
The video, the way it's portrayed in the video, I didn't edit it. The way that it's portrayed in the video has ended, and he utters it at the end after the song is concluded.
So what training have you had in music to know, when a song is ended in a particular video, when there's an utterance after a song is ended?
Are you asking me how I know when a song ends?
Yeah, how do you know this in this video? Like you've had training and expertise that tells you when a particular rap song ends and then something is just blurted out afterwards?
I mean, I've listened to the song independent of the video, and that's not on the track.
But it's in the video, correct?
Right, but when the song concludes, it's not part of the track.
Can we put up, I don't know, which one of y'all are throwing up exhibits? Can you put up 512 VV? Yes. Mr. Atkins, thank you so much.
This is crazy. She's so resistant to everything. And whether that might be fair on one point or not, it doesn't look good as a whole.
I should have told you.
Oh.
Thank you, though.
Yeah, Kevin Kirksey, I agree. Little sleight of hand going on.
Sorry, just give us a minute to get it up.
And not to stereotype, but it is pink, right? KC Dog says Burrito's got the watch.
Okay. We'll talk about something just a moment while it's going to take a few minutes for this to get pulled up, okay? We'll come back to it, I promise. Again, I'm going to go back to the closet, and I apologize for jumping around.
Sure.
When you're in Mr. Williams, did you call it the jewelry closet?
No, it was a closet where there was a jewelry and other things, money, other things were stored.
Okay. When you're in that closet, do you recall in that video that you mentioned how valuable that watch is when you pull it up?
I don't believe so.
I can play that for you so you can hear that.
You can. If you'd like to.
I'll be careful.
Are we playing the video or just the audio?
I just want to do the audio, so I'm going to
Okay.
make sure we can get that done.
Well, that ought to not pose a problem.
I want to make sure we can technically do that without having an issue.
On it, okay. I mean, he could just play it from his laptop if that's an easier way to do it, as long as the jury can hear it.
Okay, can you turn it up?
Just put a mic next to your speaker.
Well,
on your laptop.
Kokomo's queuing it up, so it's spicy when it's something that the state doesn't have to pull up that they haven't introduced yet with this witness. So whenever we see Kokomo, I know Kokomo watch all the time for you guys in the chat. But additionally, new exhibits, different exhibits.
Ferguson, good swing? Yeah. All the way. All right, so Marissa, just so you know, all the cars, minus the Mustang, contain either thug or guns, name it.
I'm not sure that's working. There's a lot of an echo there.
And there's
We'll just play it for you so you can see that.
Let's look at this. I wish we could watch the body cam. I guess they're not going to show
I
it
just
to
don't want
us.
to risk your image being shown.
I appreciate you, Mr. Weinstein.
Oh man, you can still hear her. And we'll get the questions from Doug if there's something visual on the screen. I'm sure he'll ask questions about it.
Ferguson, good swing? All the way. All the way. All right, so Marissa, just so you know, all the cars, minus the Mustang, contain either thug or guns, name it. One of the vehicles, one of the horses, contain whispers and
I'm gonna put all the jewelry in this. We have an evidence bag.
I had a second here.
You don't hear it in there?
I don't make that remark, no.
Okay.
We're gonna put all the jewelry in the evidence bag. Did we?
What was the first watch?
I made it, like you said, I made it about the first watch that made it to
Made it
evidence.
about the first watch,
Yeah.
which was also a Richard Mille watch, or Mill.
I don't
I don't know how to pronounce it. So you did make it about the first Richard Mille, just not the
That is
second
in
Richard
evidence.
Mille. Okay. But they're both Richard Mille watches, correct?
I mean, there were several much more expensive pieces of jewelry that were there also. And this is not my first case with a lot of expensive jewelry.
So how did you play dumb earlier?
Did you get it pulled up, Mr. Atkins? Oh, great. Thank
Her explanation made that look
Okay.
worse, sound worse.
Let's go back to 512 VV for just a moment.
Okay.
Look at would you read that line below again about running like Ricky?
Yes.
And what is the import of running like Ricky?
It's from a movie,
And what movie is that from?
Boys in the Hood.
And what's happening to Ricky in Boys in the Hood that's running like Ricky has become a meme?
He's getting gunned down in a drive-by shooting,
And what's he doing when he's getting gunned down?
running.
And he's running down an alley, correct?
Yes.
And he's running at a pretty good clip away from the vehicle that is shooting him with a shotgun, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He's not standing on a sidewalk, right?
I didn't insinuate that.
Sorry?
I didn't insinuate that.
No, I didn't say you did. I'm just
Okay,
asking
yeah,
you a
no.
question.
Yeah, he's running.
Okay. And he's running directly away from the shotgun that's coming out of a car to shoot him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This picture here of I guess it's Duke, it's Martinez Arnold, correct?
Yes.
And Diamante Kendrick. This is from June 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And that is approximately 5 years and 5 months after the killing of Donovan Thomas.
Yes, this picture was more so of importance to me to show the alliance between the Crips and YSL.
Oh, that's right. That's a hybrid gang, right?
Correct.
Okay. And a hybrid gang is kind of like a nose of wax, right? It's something that you can twist and pull so that any type of characteristics that you find can meet the definition of a gang, right?
That's not true.
It isn't true. Why wouldn't that be true?
For example, this hybrid gang with Mr. Arnold. This came about when Mr. Keith Troop died, and Mr. Williams gave the eulogy at Mr. Keith Troop's funeral. And if you listen to Mr. Kitchens, he tells the story about how Mr. Williams was put in charge to take care of Mr. Kitchens and guide him, and he's the one that kind of took them under their wing, and it was okay. And Mr. Williams was the first one to cross color lines when it came to gangs here in Georgia. And they were first uneasy with that, but Keith Troop explained to them, no, it's okay, this is something we do now. So that's an example. And the Department of Justice defines hybrid gangs as a gang member's participation in multiple gangs, vague rules and code of conduct, gangs or different gangs collaborating together to commit crimes.
Sure.
And there's several other definitions, but it's not just something I made up. The Department of Justice defines
No,
it.
I know. And what I'm trying to understand from you is I've seen multiple gang experts come in here and talk about definitions of gangs and definitions of hybrid gangs. And it just appears that if a group of individuals don't fit your definition of a gang, that they automatically get classified as a hybrid gang. I'm asking a question about hybrid gang.
Well,
Can you explain what a hybrid gang is?
yes,
Yeah.
I gave you part of it. It's traditionally a neighborhood gang or local gang that tries to take on the identifiers of a traditional gang. Like I'm from New York. The gangs in New York are much more structured. The gangs in LA, Chicago are much more structured. I apologize, from New York. The gangs are much more structured here in Georgia. You'll see there are neighborhood cliques that will adopt the identifiers, like YSL, for example, adopted the identifiers of sex, money, murder. They were sex, money, murder based in the beginning, but then Mr. Williams.
Isn't it amazing how the gang experts are all from cities where they have gangs, and they want to compare the gangs from their cities to the gangs of Atlanta that are not gangs? Amazing.
Williams decided to do his own spin on it. Like I said, when he was very close to Keith Troop, when he was deceased, or prior to that, like I said, if you watch, there's history about it where Mr. Kitchens talks about he was sent to go help out Mr. Williams at one point. And at first he was uneasy, like, oh, do we do this? And he said,
Slow down also.
Yeah,
It's
just-
sustained
yeah.
to hearsay.
and that's,
I'm trying to understand, without giving examples, if you can define hybrid gang.
it is a neighborhood gang that takes on pieces of traditional gangs. And like I said, you'll have individuals from different gangs working together. You will have the mixed use of identifiers, like we've seen through the presentation of evidence here. Like here, this snake and the blue heart for the Crips. Vague rules and code of conduct. Sex, money, murder, bloods have a rank structure. I don't know a rank structure within YSL. So they take pieces of what they like and they put their own spin on it, but are still backed by a traditional gang.
So a traditional gang would have a hierarchy, correct?
Correct.
But you, according to I believe the testimony we've heard, YSL as a gang doesn't have a hierarchy.
They don't have, but the Goodfellas, for example, they have,
I'm asking, let's go back to my question.
Right,
What YSL?
right.
I was asked the counsel to explain her answer. I mean, the witness didn't explain her answer.
Well, the answer wasn't responsive to my question.
Overruled. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay.
Okay. YSL does not have a hierarchy as a traditional gang does, correct?
They don't have a set of leadership like roles, no.
Okay, so in that sense, they wouldn't fit into the definition of a traditional gang.
But they're still welcomed by members of the Sex, Money, Murder, Bloods.
Can you just answer my question?
Yes.
Okay. So my question was, they don't fit into the definition of a traditional gang.
Correct.
So instead, they get slotted over to this catch-all category of hybrid gang, correct?
I wouldn't call it a catch-all, no.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein.
Look at Max ready to get out of that chair.
All right.
She-
A minute, let me just ask y'all a scheduling issue.
Okay, approaching for a schedule issue. We won't count this approach. Shart is ready. Whew. All right. Rate that cross-examination Let's do, instead of how Doug did, let's rate how Viverito held up during the first cross. Scale of 0 to 10, how did Viverito hold up during that cross-examination?
Viverito was a miss. Okay. Now here we go with the next young lady. This is a young lady that we knew as Shannon's girlfriend, and the young lady that the state put out about Kayla and Shannon being married before they called her as a witness. Now we believe, as onlookers, that they did that. First, we didn't know how the story got leaked, but now it makes more sense that the state leaked the story. And the state has done a lot of dastardly things and has gotten away with it, actually. I think there are some things that they should have been sanctioned on, but it didn't happen. But this young lady is going to give you what you're looking for, as far as people would call a gangsta boo, but classy. She does her part, and we're going to listen to her. And this is just about 30 minutes. And then we're going to hear the bomb drop on SIMPLYTOT when she shares Kayla's confession of perhaps getting a divorce by what's going on YouTube. Okay, here we go.
You said you was one of the prettiest girls he ever had. All right. So does that mean y'all used to date?
Yes.
Okay. When did you all date?
Since 2021.
And are you all still dating now? Just yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you own guns?
Yes.
Right. How many guns have you owned? Or do you own currently?
Probably like 7, 6, I think.
Specifically, I want to ask you, have you ever owned an FN-57 pistol?
That question she asked about dating Shannon and are y'all dating now, that was a loaded question, the same way they did with Woody when they knew that they were going to get him on the immunity violation, when she started out by asking him his age and birth date.
Yes.
Do you remember when did you purchase that gun?
December.
December
I don't
of
know.
what year?
I don't remember the year.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to look at the receipt from that purchase?
Earlier.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of that receipt, help refresh your memory as to what year and when you purchased that weapon?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 425 VV. Tell me, do you recognize 425 VV?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you, does that look like the receipt from when you purchased an FN-57?
Yes.
And I see that you're flipping through it. Does that look like the application you filled out when you went to go purchase your weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 425 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
Looking at 425 BV, what is the date of purchase?
December 23rd, 2021.
And do you see on that receipt a serial number? Or an SN number?
No, I don't know. Oh, yeah, I see it.
What is the serial number listed on the receipt?
386-409-184.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 221 BV. It's going to be kind of tiny. I want you to tell me, do you see a serial number on 221 BV on the bottom?
Yes.
What is that serial number?
386-409-184.
Is that the same serial number that's
Yes.
on the receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
What color is that gun?
I think it's all black.
And does this look like the gun that you purchased?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you, and back in March of 2022, did you allow Shannon to use that gun?
No,
Did you ever give that gun to Shannon?
no,
Were you aware that he had possession of that gun?
no,
Do you know someone by the name of Demikion Garlington?
yes, ma'am.
How do you know Demikion Garlington?
He dated my friend.
Do you know if he is a friend of Mr. Jackson
Yes, ma'am.
or Mr. Stillwell? Have you ever spoken to Demikion Garlington on his cellular phone?
Yes,
Have you ever spoken with Mr. Demikion Garlington in March of 2022 about you giving Mr. Stillwell that handgun?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the answer.
She said,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know if you've ever spoken with him?
I spoke to him, but I don't know if I spoke to him about a gun.
Specifically on March 17th, 2022, do you recall speaking to Mr. Garlington about that gun being in Mr. Shannon Stillwell's possession?
I don't remember.
Do you remember ever speaking to Mr. Garlington about the fact that Mr. Stillwell had been arrested on March 17th, 2022?
After
Yes
he
or
got
no?
Oh, I don't know. No,
Or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
And in that call, do you remember telling Demikion Garlington that the gun he had would be a clean gun because you gave him that gun?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
I want to take you to March 14th, 2022. Did you ever go to an Alamo rental car facility at the airport with Shannon to rent a vehicle?
Yes,
And who was the renter of the vehicle?
it was me, but we had to switch it because I don't have a credit card. So, Shannon.
So did Shannon rent the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 188 VV and 189 VV. First, looking at 188 VV, is that you inside that vehicle?
It looked like me.
And what type of car did y'all rent in March of 2022?
I don't know.
Do you remember renting a white Audi vehicle?
I didn't rent it.
Do you remember being with Mr. Stillwell Jackson when he rented the white Audi vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at this picture, 188 VV, Does the car appear to have any tints on the vehicle at this time?
Probably, I don't know. I don't know, it looked like it on the back.
Are you able to see inside of the car through the glass?
Ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Pull that mic over to you and try to talk directly into it if you don't mind for us.
And is that Mr. Sybil Jackson sitting next to you in the passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in March of 2022, where were you living?
Still.
And specifically around March 14, 2022, were you and Mr. Jackson staying in any hotels in the Douglasville area of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when you began staying in hotels in the Douglasville area?
I don't remember the day.
How long were you staying in hotels?
We was staying in a hotel since March 9th.
March 9th. Why were you staying in a hotel since March 9th of 2022?
Because these girls tried to rob me.
Did you know who these girls were?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if these girls were affiliated with any gangs?
I don't know.
You said you started staying there on March 9th, 2022. Do you remember if you stayed at the hotels a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you remember at all?
It was like 3 hotels. It was. Oh, you want me to keep going?
You stayed at 3 different hotels.
Yes, ma'am.
Over the course of how long? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you remember?
It was probably like until he got locked up.
On March 17th. Yes, okay. Of course, it's over for 1 moment. For Damikion Garlington, did you have a nickname that you called him?
Scarface.
Any other nickname?
I didn't call him that, but I know his other nickname.
What's that?
Lil D.
And then Mr. Did you call him Jackson or Stillwell?
Both.
Okay. Does he have a nickname?
Babe.
Oh, that's your nickname. All right. That's fair. Did you ever hear people call him SB?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in March of 2022, did you have a vehicle that you owned?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of vehicle is that?
Scat Pack Charger.
And did Mr. Jackson have a vehicle that he owned in March of 2022?
We shared the car.
And was that you shared that Charger?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Miss Alexandra, good afternoon. Hey, we've met before, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me start out with, I'm not trying to embarrass you, okay?
Okay.
In your relationship with Shannon from 2021 to when he was arrested, were there issues, thank you, with infidelity?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. My mom messed up. Yes, sir.
Okay.
2 times.
You said 2 times?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at some point throughout your relationship, had you gone through his phone?
Yes.
Okay. When you went through his phone, you were looking for other women that he was messing with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did he openly let you look at his phone? Or was he protective of his phone?
He wasn't there when I looked in it.
Okay.
So he gave me the password.
Let me ask you this. When he was arrested on March 17, 2022, did you have interest in looking at his phone to see what he had going on?
No. I didn't have his phone.
No, I didn't say, did you have his phone? I know you didn't have his phone.
Oh, did I
What-
want to?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So March 17, 2022, you want, one of the things you want to do is look at his phone
Yes.
and what he has going on inside his phone.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Now, you said something interesting on direct about being robbed. When were you robbed?
What day?
Yes.
Like the 9th, 10th?
March 9th or 10th of 2022?
I think it was March 9th.
March 9th of 2022? Okay. And Miss Alexander, at that time, you were working in a cash industry, correct? And by that,
Yeah.
I mean you would get paid in cash, and you would tend to have cash on you, correct?
I danced.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So at that time, you were a dancer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as a dancer, you get paid cash, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that robbery happened at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
Shannon wasn't with you when you got robbed?
No.
Okay. And this robbery.
I didn't get robbed. They tried to rob me.
They tried to rob you. I'm sorry. They did try to rob you. And this attempted robbery, this is all on video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And people hid out and waited for you to walk down a hallway, and then they charged you with weapons, correct?
They charged me? They charged at me?
Yeah, they charged at you.
Yes.
Okay. And because you were being robbed, you
shot him.
Shot at them.
Shot her.
Oh, you shot her. Okay. All right. Now, ultimately, the people that were trying to rob you on that video were charged, correct?
Yes, sir.
By the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were never charged because you were acting in self-defense.
Yeah, I didn't get charged.
Okay. But on March 9th of 2022, after someone tried to rob you and take your money from you, you became concerned for your safety, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You became concerned that people were looking out for you, correct?
Yeah, clearly.
You were concerned that people were going to try to, for some reason, get revenge on you, even though all you were doing was defending yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And beginning on March 9th, 2022, you started having concerns about people being able to know what kind of car you were driving, correct?
Yes.
And knowing where you lived, correct?
Yes.
And that was all stemming from the March 9th, 2022 incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after the March 9th, 2022 incident, you certainly let Shannon know about what happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you decided, even though you had a Scat Pack Charger, that's a fancy car, right?
Yeah.
Even though and that Scat Pack Charger had tinted windows, did it not?
The worst hint you could get.
The darkest tint you could get.
Yeah.
Okay, but even though you had that Scat Pack Charger with the tinted windows, you decided that you needed to get a rental, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
And you went and got a rental shortly after March 9th, 2022, correct?
Yeah, like, I don't know if it was the next day. I can't remember.
Okay, and do you remember where you got your rental from?
On Thornton Road, but I think it was Enterprise.
Okay. I beg the court's indulgence just for a moment. And what kind of car did you get? If you recall.
It was like a SUV or something. I don't remember that. I don't know.
And that was to switch it up in case someone from the March 9th incident was coming
Following.
to harm you.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's also why you got a hotel room, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, around this time, actually a couple days later, Shannon also got a rental, correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
And he walked right into the store with you, and you guys dealt with the cashier, and he gave over his ID and his payment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about your Scat Pack. Even to this day, you had that car until recently, correct?
I still got it.
Okay, you still have it. even to this day, you've continued to get that car wrapped, correct?
Every 3 months.
Every 3 months, you get the car wrapped. What is wrapping a car?
The car color orange, but I keep switching it up.
Okay.
Keep getting a different color.
And why do you keep getting a different color?
Cause I don't know who them girls was.
Right. So even to this day, you keep switching the colors of your car that you own,
Yeah.
just to keep yourself safe.
Yes, sir.
And you got those windows tinted to keep yourself safe.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about tint. You've gotten tint on cars before,
Every car I get.
okay? When you go and get tint, and when they install the tint, do they tell you not to roll down your window for 24 to 48 hours?
Yes.
Okay, and if you roll down your window within that time, it can cause the tint to be damaged or bubble up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to get tint on, say, March 14th of 2022, that tint, those windows are not to be rolled down in order to protect the tint, correct?
Yes.
And if they are rolled down, you could see bubbling in the tint, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One last thing, Ms. Alexander, and I appreciate you being here. I'm going to take you back to March 14th of 2022. Do you remember early in the morning of March 15th, reaching out to Shannon to tell him about news that you had learned about a shooting in Mechanicsville?
Yes.
Okay. And did you reach out to tell Mr. Stillwell about that shooting, or did Mr. Stillwell reach out to tell you about that shooting?
I told him.
Okay. And tell me how you found out about that shooting so quickly.
On this girl page, she was riding past.
Say it one more time.
On this girl page, she was riding past.
Okay. So
But it was on Instagram.
I understand your answer as a girl that you know was riding past Windsor Street and saw the police out there?
Yeah, it was police out there.
Okay. And then this person reached out or put it on Instagram? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
and then it was, yeah.
Okay. All right. By the early morning hours of March 15th, it was not a secret that a shooting had occurred on Windsor Street, was it?
No, it was all over Instagram.
Okay. And you were concerned about Shannon's safety, correct?
Yeah.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Redirect.
You talked about your car, the cars that you get, you tint all of your cars, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those your personal vehicles?
Yeah.
Not your rental vehicles?
No.
You talked about renting a vehicle probably right after March 9th at the Enterprise. Is that fair? What kind of car did you rent at the Enterprise?
I don't remember.
What, was it
Like
SUV?
yeah.
Did you ever get tints on that SUV?
No.
And you kind of frowned up your face. Why'd you do that?
Ain't my car.
So it's safe to say you wouldn't get tints on a car that's not yours?
Not my car.
Now, when you went with Shannon to get the Audi, did you ever go with him to get tints on the Audi?
No.
And you frowned up your face again. Why'd you do that?
I just didn't go with him.
Now, when the Audi was rented, was that for you to drive, for Shannon to drive? What was the purpose of renting the Audi?
It was really for both of us because I was returning my car.
And when you say you returning your car, is that SUV?
Yeah, I was supposed to get the rental car.
Did Shannon ever tell you that he was gonna get tints put on the Audi?
I don't remember.
After driving the Audi out of the rental facility, where did you go?
To my car,
Which car is that?
my Charger.
Where was the Charger at?
At the airport.
So did you drive the Charger to the airport? and then you all picked up the Audi from the airport.
What? Yeah. I was following him.
If you were in your Charger, before you get to the airport, if you're in the Charger, what car was Mr. Jackson driving?
The rental car.
The SUV.
We
Is
was
that
going,
it?
yeah, we was going to return it, but we didn't know if we could get a car, so we didn't want to be stranded there. We couldn't get it.
Okay. So you take the SUV and return the SUV to the Enterprise at the airport, and then you go to the Alamo to go rent the Audi
At the airport.
at the airport. All right. Once you drive out of the airport rental facility in the Audi, and you get back into your Charger, do you ever drive that Audi again?
Probably around Douglasville or something. I don't know. I don't remember.
The robbery that happened on March 9th, where did that occur?
Mechanicsville?
In Mechanicsville? Were you staying in Mechanicsville at the time?
No.
Where were you when the robbery took place? Where were you?
In the stairway.
Of where? An apartment, a house?
Apartment.
Whose apartment?
My friend.
Do you know any individuals who are members or associates of YFN, the Young Fly N-Words gang?
Yeah.
Okay. Who?
I stayed over there.
You stayed over in Summerhill?
Yeah.
When did you stay in Summerhill?
Since 2018.
Do you know a person, I might pronounce the name wrong, Teedrick Glass?
I heard of him.
Have you ever met him? Have you ever met him?
We had something going on.
Did that mean y'all kind of dated or something like that at one point? All right. Now, Mr. Starr asked you about notifying Mr. Stillwell about the shooting in Mechanicsville on March 14th, or the early morning hours on March 15th. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yeah.
Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Stillwell, did he ever tell you that he was in the Mechanicsville area around 10 o'clock p.m. that night?
I don't remember that.
Did he ever tell you that that night he was at the BP gas station at around 10 o'clock p.m., the BP gas station in Mechanicsville?
No.
When you spoke to Mr. Stillwell that morning in the early morning hours, do you know where he was?
Studio?
Do you know where the studio is?
No.
Do you know if he was with anyone?
No.
Let me ask you, do you know if he was with Demikion Garlington at all the day on March 14th, 2022?
No.
Okay. Court's indulgence for a moment. Did you know Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
No.
Or McMahon or Big?
No.
Court's indulgence. Mr. Shar asked you about when you get tinted windows, you can't roll down the windows. Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Does that prevent you from opening up the door?
No. No.
So you can still open up the door even though you have tints on the window?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Just a couple questions, Ms. Alexander. You indicated, I think, that Mr. Stillwell was in the studio in the early morning hours of March 15th, 2022, correct?
That's like 2, 3 in the morning?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And in your experience dating Mr. Stillwell was trying to start a rap career. Isn't that fair?
He was making a song about me.
He was making songs about you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure they were lovely. So how many days a week or nights a week would you say
Every day.
he was in the studio?
Every day.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Okay, so the state is trying to make all of this seem as if they're talking about, red rum for each other because they're gang members. But it seems to me more or less like they're doing this because they're all screwing the same girls. And our guys, whichever way you want to put it. But my favorite rapper is Mo3, and he's no longer with us. But he has this song, and he says, I seen a nigga kill a nigga by the hoe. That same nigga told him to let her go. That bitch there ain't real. And so all he's saying is conversation ruled the nation, and we already know. And he says, fuck them niggas that say that I was broke, and them bitches that be cold to folk. Real niggas kept it 100 so. And the song is no love, no love, no love. And that's what this is. No love, no love, no love. No love, no love, no love. No love, no love, no love. And you gotta feel it. He said you gotta feel it on his mama. So that's what all of this is about. But they have taken these guys, and if you notice, Viverito didn't stalk the ones that's making money. She stalked, like most sisters in the hood, the ones that they thought was up in the hood. Like, the dope boys is what we call them. The ones that look like they ballers and shot callers. They might look good, they might not look good. But those are the ones that appears to be good. Because we know they dress well, they smell well. And we know that they have big bankrolls. And if she was those guys' POs, then she liked that lifestyle. Remind you of something? So now we finna get to the good part. Right down to the good part. Now we finna get to the messy stuff. So we know that they put it out that Kayla was married to Shannon. They put that out right before they called that young lady, and the first question she asked, were they dating? These people are really atrocious, and it's amazing how we, the public, allow these people to get away with the things that they do, thinking that we have no rights. But we really do have a right to call our government into order, because they're all out of order. But that's another show. So, we heard Max ask that lady, did she know Shannon, and did she know, about his mother passing, and did she know Miss Betty? And so I like this show, SIMPLYTOT, and her name is Tasha. And I'm going to let y'all hear a little bit of her show that I heard last night that just blew my mind, and I couldn't wait to reveal it. And Tasha's very funny. She's from Florida, and she can say some stuff when she needs to. But this here, I would have to agree with her 100%. And so we're finna listen to Tasha as she find out about Miss Betty being on air. And we find out that it is true that Kayla and Shannon is truly man and wife. Yes, she is funny. I met her through D, and I met D through Sylvia. And Tasha used to be over there too, but I didn't know her then. But I love them because they keep it real. D is from Memphis, and Tasha is in Florida. I don't really know what city. But here we go. Let's listen to her and Mel. And Mel has a channel as well. I'll try to get her link so I can drop it. I believe in trying to support one another. I think it's enough sky out here for all stars to shine. I don't know where people get their envy from and not wanting to see you make it, but it's enough out here for all of us. And no matter how big or small your platform may be, I think we all have a voice. And so if you've lived any length of time, and over the age of 18, I suggest anybody get a YouTube channel. It's actually free to have the channel. You may have to pay for the streaming, like StreamYard, and they have discount prices, or you can pay what I pay. And that's if you want to have panels and things, you can bring more people on. It would be good to see people collaborate, but these people, they don't believe in that, unless you're already in the clique. You're not going to too much get to work with, people. And it's really sad, because that's how everybody kind of gets started, being on people that have already, developed a platform, and then you help someone else come up. And it should be about helping each other come up. But unfortunately, we don't know entrepreneurship, and all we know is envy and jealousy and strife. And of course, we know that's not all. So please don't tell me in no comments if you decide that that's not what we're all about. All people are the same. So let's get that straight, because we're all humans. I don't see us as crayons. I see us as humans with nationalities, and we have different customs and cultures. But innately, as a human being, there are some things, I don't care where you're from, what you do, that are equal to all humans. And it kind of works in the psyche, in the brain, and then it, branches out to the body. We all kind of do the same type things, react the same type way. So that's basically what I'm speaking of. But this was very good. I thought it was very interesting. And I like her take on it. Yes, Kelly, networking.
Man, you said it. His mom is. You talking about Shannon? It's Miss y'all. Miss Betty is on the live. Hold on, y'all. Hold on a second. Who is this? Hold on, who is this on the live? That's your mama.
You did not stand up and cry. Yes, I did. But she was lying. You don't want to be Miss Jackson.
I saw Viverito one time in my house when they had their church one. We were using I didn't stand up and say,
No. You did not stand up and cry.
yes, I did. But she was lying. She was lying. I think that's why God just let me see me one time.
No, I can't hear you.
Y'all lying. Let me go back.
You would have saw everybody's overall thoughts about how she was coming off yesterday, and maybe
I'm sorry I had the mic on, y'all. That probably sound terrible in y'all ear. Hold on. I wasn't going to play the beginning of what she was saying, but I think it's funny, and we probably need to hear it. So I went back a little bit, and I'm going to cut the mic off so y'all can hear good. Please forgive me for hurting your ears. And I mean when I didn't mute the mic.
The bias was coming from.
Mm-hmm.
So it had to be said. Somebody had to say it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what happens when you unprofessional.
Yeah, I think it hurt her feelings though. It really hurt her feelings because like you were really mad about this. Like you were really upset about it, but you did this to yourself. Like nobody else did this to you. And the fact that I don't know, like this is too crazy for these boys to be like fighting for their life, and we trying to do too much. Like as women, when do we stop? Like because if this is really your husband, like are you gonna make this trial be about you instead of freeing him? Because you're putting yourself in situations that if they are tapping your phone, it got to be for a reason. What's the reason, Kayla? What is the reason? I didn't. D right, y'all. Who would have thought this trial would have got this messy? This is very ghetto. And I don't know how y'all feel about like the jury charges and stuff like that, but as far as that man that was up there at the end of the day, still gonna have to come in and help Max. I don't know if y'all know it or not, but still is gonna have to come in and help Max because he is not an appellate attorney. A lot of that stuff he could not answer. That man was saying a lot of stuff, and he was kind of confused as to what was really going on. So I feel like that's why they need Harvey and I mean, and I feel like all of them are gonna be on a like maybe like a conference call because I feel like they've been talking because it's a reason why Doug is asking about this watch. Girl, at this point, I think Mona Scott, the new Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. Well, you know, this probably gonna be trial in Atlanta because or YSL in Atlanta. Like I don't know what it's gonna be, but at this point. Y'all, I just don't know. Like, I don't know what it is to expect.
Did anybody watch Kayla's live? The other day, like watch the whole live. Can y'all say whether she called that woman a hoe?
Is Miss Betty dead? Y'all I thought Miss Betty was dead. Man, is Miss Betty dead?
His mom is. You talking about Shannon?
It's Miss Betty is on the live. Hold on, y'all. Hold on a second. Who is this? Hold on, who is this on the live? This Kayla mama.
You did not want to stand up in court. Yes, I did. But she was lying. You don't want to be Miss Jackson.
I saw Viverito one time in my house when they had their search warrant. We didn't even have it. I didn't stand up in court to say so.
No. You did not want to stand up in court. Yes, I did.
But she was lying. She don't know me. I promise I swear to God, this lady seen me one time.
No, they can't hear you.
Y'all lying. Let me go back.
We would have saw everybody's overall thoughts about how she was coming off yesterday, and maybe.
They say how she does Grandma Betty.
Thank you, Lexi.
Honey, she know everything. This woman can rattle off everything about this man without looking at a piece of paper.
They say how she does Grandma Baby. Because she's a stalker.
So the marriage is...
They say Miss Viverito want to be Miss Jackson.
I saw Viverito one time in my house when they had their search warrant. We didn't even have. I didn't stand up in court to say so.
No. You did not want to stand up in court.
Yes, I did. But she was lying. She don't know me. I swear to God, this lady seen me one time.
No, they can't hear you. They cracking up.
They heard him.
Yeah, they heard me. They heard me. You should see Miss Jefferson. She didn't turn down the window.
Mama said they heard me. Yes, Mama, we hear you, friends. We hear you, Mama.
She don't know me, baby.
Let me.
You know, one time when they had this search warrant, came in my house. That's all. Don't know me, and she didn't even introduce herself to me or nothing. I don't know her. She's lying. Tell her she's lying.
Where is G at? Yeah, where is G at?
Viverito, my heart beating so fast, Mom.
Know me.
Mom, you gonna get me in trouble?
No, you ain't gonna get in trouble. I'm stopping. I ain't scared. She don't know me. When they came in my house and went all over my house looking for some phones, I gave them the phones. And when I gave them the phone, they still went in my basement. They went in his room. They went in my closet. They went in my bedroom. They went in my spare room. They do not know me. She do not know me.
Betty. This Miss Betty talking. I just put two and two together.
Wait, no. You on the phone, G. We in here. I'm the one hearing.
Miss Betty, tell Miss Betty that those text messages.
What is my hearing?
We know she love him bad. We know she
love him bad. That's my baby.
Betty. We know Miss Betty.
That's right. That's my baby.
Ooh, okay, Miss Betty. Okay.
And I don't play about my child.
And we don't know nothing else.
That's right. You know that. I don't play
Boss
about
lady said that's her sweet thing. I said that earlier.
Hey, my sweet thing, yeah. That's what he answered to. Yeah.
Y'all gonna give me divorced?
You can get divorced, girl.
My sweet thing.
Yeah.
I know that's right, Miss
Mel.
Yeah.
Do anything for clout. They do anything for clout.
Mel, you need to go snip this.
Clip. It was clip.
Mel, help me!
Play the clip. Add a clip.
What kind of clip? What kind of clip can we play? How do we fix this?
I tuned out for it.
I wasn't ready.
I
was
lost. I didn't know what was going on. I was reading my chat. I wasn't even. My bad. My bad, y'all. Well, we've already played the other clip. I mean, that might be a
It ain't no.
They said we need to go on commercial break.
That might be a good cut. You know?
I love y'all.
I think this is a perfect place to just end the live. It's a what does Paige like to say? This is a natural stopping point.
A natural stopping point.
Natural stopping point, guys.
I'm gonna go
on. I am crying.
Good night, y'all. And millionaires. I'm gonna see y'all. Good night, Miss Betty. It was nice meeting you. I'm gonna bye, y'all. Thank y'all.
I love you, girls.
Bye bye. Thank you.
I love you.
The truth, that's what's going on.
Y'all, this has got to be the dumbest motherfucker I've ever met in my life. I'm so sorry, y'all. D, I'm gonna go back and play it for you. I'm glad you in the chat because Betty is Shannon grandma. Shannon grandma basically confirmed that Kayla Bumpus and Shannon Stillwell is married. And Kayla said, oh, y'all gonna get me divorced. Like, are you, y'all, with all due respect, I swear to God, this bitch has gotten to, let me not call her the B word because that's not a nice word. This chick had to get her goddamn degree from ICDC college. Because where in the fuck in your right mind would you ever in your fucking, like, what? I cannot stand them. Like, are you seriously gonna tell me, like right now, like right now, that you thought this was a good idea? You got this man grandma sitting next to you, and then you can, I'm finna play it back. I'm finna play it back because we did not hear what I think we heard. And I promise y'all know they're gonna take this live down, but it's already recorded here. Y'all like this live, y'all share this live because we finna Mel, go clip this live because they gonna try and take. Because it's gonna be it's gonna be like, then you get off live, like, and then look at your mouth, like you didn't know that this was gonna come out, and then you said it out your mouth. This is your mouth. Mel, please tell me.
Look, but I'm weird, Tasha. But I'm weird.
D, I'm finna go back and play it because this Miss Betty. I'm gonna go back and play it again one more time for the record.
Tell Miss Betty that those text messages. We know she love him bad. We know she love him bad.
That's my baby.
Betty. We know Miss Betty.
That's right. That's my baby.
Ooh, okay, Miss Betty. Okay.
And I don't play about my child.
And we don't know nothing else.
That's right. You know that. I don't play.
Boss lady said that's her sweet thing. I said that earlier.
Hey, my sweet thing, yeah. That's what he answered to. Yeah.
Y'all gonna give me divorce?
You ain't getting divorced, girl.
My sweet thing.
Yeah.
I know that's right, Miss Betty.
Yeah.
It was clip. Y'all. D.
That's what I want to know.
Going on live and telling the business because Miss Betty on live with her. That's what's gonna get her divorce. Y'all. Before the live get taken down, because I don't know how long it's gonna stay. Why, like, please explain to me, like, why would we do this? Why would you get on live and tell your business like that? Now you've been keeping up with appearances, basically saying, oh, I'm not going to confirm anything. I'm not going to say anything. And then you do this.
There's a plan after this, Tasha.
It's definitely a plan. There's
a plan in place after this to capitalize on all the seeds that have been planted.
I am confused.
There's a plan. Mm-mm.
I don't know what the plan is, y'all. Y'all, I'm just so confused right now. Like, I mean, it's a play for sure. I mean, D, at this point, go live. We need to figure out something.
I mean, think about it though. YouTube, it has been where a lot of people have turned to that had career. I mean, look at Lee. Lee the attorney, he was a whole lawyer and retired. He do YouTube. He probably made more money doing YouTube than he did when he was a lawyer.
That's what he said.
Yeah, so it's a lot of people that's, you know, and this probably a play. Set up some vlogging, a page, and you know, the story.
I mean, Shannon's gonna make money regardless, and I'm sure she's probably gonna be his first interview, probably his only interview, and that's gonna drive a lot of fucking revenue to her because nobody else is gonna have that interview.
Yeah, you're right, D. And she said she ain't know nothing about it.
So y'all, I guess Sylvia lied. Cause Auntie was right. Like
no, or either grandma ride or die now. So Sylvia come ask her, she gonna be like, bitch, I don't know.
Grandma probably knew Sylvia was being messy. And she said, ain't none of my business.
Grandma said, I don't know what you talking about. I ain't never heard that a day in my life.
Listen, Kayla Bumpus has confirmed that she is married to Shannon Stillwell. Her and Grandma Betty was on live. Y'all will wind it back. I might run it back for D because D was the only person that didn't think that this was true. D thought it was a real play and something was gonna come out. Hey, can somebody drop Mel link in the chat? Y'all go subscribe to Mel page if y'all have not. Listen, Granny ain't talked that much on them wiretaps. Granny was talking in code. So Granny knew what she was doing, baby. Granny knew exactly what she was doing. If y'all think Granny did that on purpose, and first off, Kayla could have muted herself. Granny did that on purpose, and Kayla was all smiles. That shit ain't cute. It is not cute. Man, at this point, I don't even know what is left to say.
Well, now we know.
I mean, do y'all think it's gonna be brought up in court? I mean, I guess that was the coming up. I mean, Granny lied, y'all. Hey there. So, I just don't understand. I don't understand what this was in reference to, y'all. I don't know. Like, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just lost because, like, would y'all have done that though? Would y'all have gotten on live and just announced it that way?
I mean, if you think about it, she kind of, this is the easy way out to where you really don't have to say it. You know, ever since that day on Twitter, it's never been a confirmation from anybody. Then it started with the games, and now it's confirmation, but it ain't just out. You know what I mean? It's gotten out through other people, not through you. So.
But then what would make you want to do it like now though? Like that's the thing. Like what would make you want to come out and just be like, oh yeah, y'all gonna make me get a divorce? Besides to try and throw it up in Viverito face.
Because Abatte said it.
But why are you happy that you're married to Shannon? Like, please explain to me what I'm missing, y'all. What is she gonna benefit from being married to Shannon? Delusion is not even the word. This is psychotic. Like, yeah, y'all, Shay. Right. You right. Granny was not obligated to tell her nothing, baby. Granny said, baby, that's not my business. You need to mind your business. And it could have been because remember her and Kayla had started beefing. She definitely feeling herself. D is in disbelief only because he really thought that they was not married. Right. All of 5 seconds. I mean, so I get it, but Kayla, I don't think Kayla is broke. I mean, Kayla does like cases. I don't know how often she does cases, but I don't think that Kayla's broke. What I do think though is, what benefit is she gonna have if Shannon gets locked up and he go to jail? Like, you just married a man, y'all don't got no kids together. Like, I don't even know if Shannon has kids. Mel, do you know?
I think he does. I didn't think so this whole time, but I think he does.
And that may be the thing. Like, he may have money put away. He got to have some kind of money somewhere because he paying for Sharp. I don't think that was a public defender. But then again, you know, they said.
Oh, sorry. I'm just sipping this tea that you're spitting out.
Don't speak yet. I mean, she definitely can fight for him, but he needs an appellate attorney, though.
But wait, go back to Blessed comment. We don't know how long they've been together, but we do know. I don't know if you was here when Tasha did the very first live, and she kind of went through the timeline of when she had another boyfriend. So
a couple of months ago, right before, I think it was April, before they applied for their marriage license, she was with TJ. TJ is her previous boyfriend, who, I don't know if y'all like follow Kayla on like social media or whatever, but Kayla posted herself in, was it a Bentley?
I think so.
She posted herself in the Bentley car. The car was TJ's car that she was in. They were actively dating until her and TJ got into it for some reason. And word on the curb is they got into it because she was defending Woody and hanging around Woody. And he said that Woody was a rat. So, I mean, she definitely can annul the marriage, but I don't see her doing that. Only reason I don't see her doing that is because this case is going to come up on appeal, for one. It definitely is. I don't know if Steele is going to come to Shannon and Yak's defense as the appellate attorney for this. I feel like that he would, only because he would have had to do it for Jeffrey. And all of them was on trial together, so it will make sense for him to do it. And that's why I feel like maybe the defense is not putting on a case, because we still have 30 days. Well, it's not 30 days, but it's kind of a little bit under 30 days. Because when did Thug take the plea? Like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'm sure Steele has already started with the appeal process and already started the documentation for it.
Oh,
of course, he can't do anything without like the official court reports, but he can file a brief regarding it. I mean, I don't know, y'all. I think the way they have Rico set up, and that's one of the reasons why they brought that other man in, is because they are looking to convict Shannon. And I feel like that I don't think that Shannon will be convicted of the murder of Shamel Drinks. It's too much reasonable doubt. And if the jury's seen what we've seen, child.
And not only that, ain't they really saying they really don't know who?
They really don't know. Well, this is a good question,
because they charged 2 people in 2 different cars, didn't they?
Yeah, they charged. I think Demetrian Garlington, and then Shannon, and then Nichols. Remember?
Yeah. So it's like y'all don't even really know.
Which kind of doesn't make any sense because Nichols really got off on the murder.
Yeah. But the jury don't supposed to know that. So
I mean, they know it.
I mean,
know.
Yeah.
Read that question, Mel. And see.
Oh, this one here, Taisha also said that she knew of Kayla long before Shannon went to jail. So what if Kayla and Shannon have mingled before? That's possible. Because it do seem like she, like that world. And she was with the state at one point.
Do y'all think that Kayla's just like a neighborhood girl? Like, do y'all get those vibes from her?
Yeah.
That she's just a neighborhood girl?
Yeah, I can see that.
And like, I just feel like she got with whatever man that stuck. Because if Thug would have wanted to marry her and he wasn't with what that girl name is. What her name is? I can't even think her name.
Mariah.
She would have been on. She would have been ready and okay to go. I feel like she did, and you know what? She did grow up with them, but at some point, like, just because we grew up with somebody, are we gonna still be like, we gonna still be hanging around them? Like, the field that she's in, she's just in the streets. Like,
Yeah, you gotta be smarter than that.
I would not think that she was a lawyer. Sorry, y'all. I was in my kitchen. I'm cooking. Then so I'm back and forth. Thug got a dime. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I like Mariah the Scientist. A lot of people don't, but I like her. Some people feel like she can't sing, but
I like her. Her voice is real annoying, but I like her.
Mm-hmm.
She sounds like somebody holding her nose.
That's right. Neighborhood hooch. Look, and back in the day, Shannon grandma probably was like, stay away from that one. But now, yeah, so we ended up finding this out, Miss Spices, that she was the godmama to her daughter son. But that was still crazy because it's like, you just in these things. And then I don't know if y'all realize it or not, Dolly don't mess with Kayla like that. Dolly does not mess with Kayla like that at all.
Wasn't she throwing like shady tweets around that time with the ex parte?
Yes. I'm actually gonna try and see if Dolly said something about it because y'all, Dolly be shading the mess out of Kayla. Oh, she did. I forgot she said threat was just at her birthday party before he died. Like, why would you even want to say that? Like, these boys are known killers, and you send up here saying, "Oh, they was at your birthday party."
Maybe this worse than Zeus, child.
Hold on, Renee said something. They posted a video. Oh no.
What was that?
Look, I didn't see that. That might be a good to watch.
I've never seen that. Never heard of that.
All right, now look, the first thing I get on here and see is Dolly online. Let me see what she say. Oh, no, she ain't saying that. She said she was up. He was sleeping because it was raining. Baby, we don't want to hear that. Yeah, I don't don't know what else could, at this point, what else could happen. Like,
So look, who got that watch? Who got that watch, Tasha?
I mean, I know Viverito know. Viverito don't know what happened to that watch.
Cause
And
she
I really
started
honestly feel like
stuttering, boy. I said,
when he said you don't have to roll your eyes, y'all.
He totally. What did he say? He understands the eye roll. He said they can't see you, but I'm gonna describe you.
Right. It's just what
When
do
they
you
said
think?
Gaither.
I mean, y'all, Gaither. I don't know, y'all. I don't think Gaither got to watch. Y'all know who I really think got to watch?
Well, listen though. Was she there? Was she there though when they did the search warrant? I was just thinking that. Was she even around that time?
Oh, her daughter was right, and she said Max Shaw a different type of nigga. But yeah, it was multiple items that was missing. It was just not the watch. Yeah. At this point, this is crazy. Like, this is crazy work. I just don't even know what to even say at this point because not Mel live. She lied by herself. Unfortunately. At this point, I don't think that they understand the consequences of their situation. And as I like content creators, I feel like everybody want to get an exclusive. Everybody want to know the story. But I wouldn't touch that as far as I can throw it, Mel. I ain't gonna lie to you. If she would have said that while I was online, I would have probably got down. You hear me? All right, y'all. I'm gonna take a walk. Because she really putting her law license in jeopardy. They suspended that other lady for less. And I'm sure she done looked into it. Kicking and recording. Kayla is a bird. Like, it, I just have lost so much respect, Kayla. I'm so sorry. Maybe it's just me, but I've just lost every ounce of anything I could think of because, like, you just really just. Slick on here with this rose. Y'all, honestly, I'm sorry. I don't like this rose on his profile picture. Please change it, Slick. Let me see if I can go back, y'all, because I really want y'all to listen to what she had to say anyway. Let me see if I can find it.
You know, while you looking for that, it is possible that she got that watch, or because she seen the watch. We got on the still with the watch in her hand, right? She says she puts it back, right? At any time, she could have told the people, okay, when y'all doing this, give me that watch. And somebody got it for her. It don't mean she took it, because she was very adamant about, well, if you roll the tape back, you'll see that I put it back. She was real adamant.
But she could have turned her camera off too, Mel.
Yeah, that
when
too.
She finished, she could have turned the camera off and went back and got it.
Yeah. But for her to keep wanting to point out that if you rewind the tape, you'll see I opened it and I put it back. Oh, okay. But that don't mean you didn't tell old boy to go back and get it.
Then
Where
it's
you left it at.
Yeah, it's mighty strange though that all of them left APD after this case.
Yeah.
Like none of them opened it no more. And these are seasoned officers.
Now I heard that somebody was caught driving one of his cars. I can't confirm it, but I did hear that in the streets.
You heard what?
Somebody was driving one of them cars that they seized.
Really?
Yeah, I did hear that.
Oh, now that wouldn't have been good.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's true or not. So I'm gonna say allegedly.
Nah, man, we ain't saying nothing allegedly. Oh, yeah, we gotta say it for the stream, but yeah, no.
Slick. I mean, it's better than the rose. You should have put up that other one. I think it might be some merit to what Kayla said.
Okay, y'all can finish watching Tasha. I have her link in the chat. Shay said TJ is also Nord Stunner's cousin or uncle. It had the nerve to move when I was reading it. But TJ's brother is Wayne, and he got caught up in some mess, so could have been using her too. TJ is Kayla's ex-boyfriend. Oh, okay, yeah, I thought his name was CJ. It's TJ. Okay. I heard TJ way before SB dates while I was shot. Keisha said, I thought Viverito's testimony was leading to GOAT for a mistrial and force a plea, knowing how Judge Whitaker, feel about wasting the jurors' time by granting a mistrial with prejudice. Yeah, you know, those guys said that they wasn't going for the mistrial. They wasn't going to accept a mistrial. They was definitely going to try to take it out of the way because they thought they had it beat. TJ has an interview on YouTube. TJ is also Nord Stunner's cousin or uncle, but he severed from the case. Oh wow. That's why she represented so many of them. Atlanta's so small. Kelly said, I see that out loud. Keisha said, you can represent another defendant as long as her client is okay with the decision. The Constitution right to the attorney of your choice. Keisha, I think Whitaker is so ready to end this that she isn't trying to hear any other motion. Kelly, I think you're right. An attorney of your choice as long as you are not biased. Donna is the one that looks like Muntunk. Okay. Yeah, Kelly, my view of Kayla is pretty much in line with Tasha's because of my own personal experience of her when I thought I really had her wronged. And when she got her own channel and she said she responded to everybody, and that may be just, something to say, but I sent her inbox and she did not respond, and I thought that was strange. I take people at their word until they show me that their word is not what they, purported to be. But she seems like a round-the-way girl to me. And she doesn't seem like a person with a professional license. And I know she is licensed by the state of Georgia, but she's not licensed by the state of Texas. And I checked that out when she said she practiced in Texas and in Georgia. I have a video about that. And I even had a video talking about, my experience of her. And, I just let her know what I had thought about her, because when she got her own show, I looked at her once or twice and I couldn't take it because, she doesn't come across as a professional. And Tasha has high clearance in the government. I don't know what she does. And she does say some funny stuff. But she draw the line. You have to go listen to her. But she can get down with them, you know. She would give them a run for their money for sure. But she still has decorum and professionalism on her side. I like her style. I like authenticity. And, you know, Kayla may be as authentic as they come. I don't know. But she doesn't come across as authentic at all. A lot of her pictures, if you see them, Google her and look at her images, it's like she want to be around the way girl, you know, in that world. And you can't have it both ways. But a lot of these attorneys are. A lot of people love our congressperson, Jasmine Crockett, but before she became a congressperson, you know, a lot of the guys she represented was dope guys. And I know that they too deserve representation. I'm not saying that they don't. I want everybody to get fair representation. But, you know, it just says a lot about you as a person. Well, the only thing about academics is, you know, you can cheat rather than repeat. And, you know, it's all about who and what you know. And mainly who you know, not necessarily what. It's a lot of people walking around here with degrees that really didn't earn them, but they definitely have those letters behind their names. I can't say that most of us have been educated, because until we can have a decent conversation about economics and finance, astrology, without talking about I'm a Scorpio, because I am. But if we could talk about the mathematics of it, geometry, then just linguistics. A lot of us don't even know the play on words that's being used against us daily, and especially in legalese. She says some things that it's hard for me to believe she went to elementary school, let alone, you know, took a LSAT, passed it, and actually passed the bar. I don't know, you know, how these people get what they get. But I do know people have them, and I do know people can get them in all kind of ways. So I'm not really impressed with that, because, you know, I had to tell this lady once with a PhD, and she want to talk down to people. Where she pursued the alphabets, I read the same books, and reading is fundamental. Now, sometimes I kind of get off on my understanding and comprehension, but I read pretty good with comprehension. But sometimes I can think it's one way, but it's the other way. So that has happened to me. Yeah, I don't know her. I don't like or dislike her, but I have more, I would say, I guess, more disdain than I have like. And that's just from what she's shown me. Yeah, Kelly, it's, you know, it's just, you know, just kind of weird, you know. Not that you can't do what you want to do, because you can. But if it's an image that you're trying to uphold, then you really have to be committed to that image. And if the code of conduct and ethics are as they say they are, then it's really hard to believe that you would, even the things that she say and do on YouTube is kind of strange. Kelly says, Shay Diggy, I think she needs to pay attention to what she's doing and how she's moving. She may have to go before Judge Whitaker again at some point. I don't think Whitaker was happy about this. Yep, that's so very true. And Keisha says, Tasha keeps it real. Even if she drops the link and the person comes up on her platform, Tasha's stance will not change. I have much respect for people with that characteristics. I do too. And that's what I like about her. She's unwavering, and she'll say some stuff, but normally she's being funny, and you can't help but laugh. Because the stuff she said before that I didn't play, she was telling Kayla, but she talked to Kayla. And with the thing with Sylvia, she's as strange as Kayla, because I used to belong to her channel and go to her and support her, and she was going through some things legally, and I was just telling her what I would do in that situation. And I don't know if she thought whatever she thought, but she quit communicating and quit speaking to me in her chat. So I just kind of bowed out gracefully, So people, they teach you how to treat them, and you should accept what they show you. You should not force anything that is not comfortable for you. I don't compromise who I am to be alone or around somebody. That's just not who I am. I can live alone or with the crowd. It doesn't matter to me. Shay, and I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but she said, Kelly, agree. This case is about clout and fame for the entire Fulton County, starting with Bonnie Willis. And it is. That's what it's all about. This had nothing to do with putting away gang members, because some of the most notorious guys in the case were not indicted, and if they were, they gave them their walking papers through a plea bargain, so they were still on the street. So to say you're trying to get rid of the people, that's all a lie. I like Tasha too. I was there earlier. Yeah, I like her. She's funny. She and D, he's real good. And D hasn't been doing shows, but I really love him. He sounds like a good father and a husband. And laid back, but he called it like he see it. And that's just the way that is. I don't know any of these people. I just know what I hear and what I see. And when you know character, then you can tell who a person is. Yes, it seems they all want to be famous. Yeah, SB and KB's info should have never come out if they are all about injustice. And Kelly says Sylvia and the $500 threw me off. I don't know about the $500, but yeah, she does a lot of weird stuff, but I try to give everybody a chance. But one thing that Regina M said to me that really stuck, a lot of these people that I've supported, they don't even stop by. They certainly ain't gonna come by and donate. But KATT is a outstanding woman, and she definitely supports everybody. She tries to hit their chat and be a part of their community, and she always trying to put your name out there. So it's really sad that we as a people can't do that for one another, because there's so much out here for us all to get. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way for us. Just doesn't work that way. Let me see. Shay said she like D too. Yeah, D, he's just really, I love to see any male man that's being a man that's out here and talking about these things from a man perspective, as well as somebody who's been in the streets, whether you were a criminal or you just grew up in the hood, because we all seen this stuff. This is nothing new to none of us that grew up in any urban city. And especially if you grew up in the projects or close to the projects, then you know what's going down. Or you got cousins, you got friends, you got somebody, maybe even brothers and sisters, mamas and daddies, that's, hip to the hip talk and the street talk. They say woosah. Yeah, it is a hot mess. But we swore if we were given an opportunity, we would do so much better than the system that is in place. But we know that we have to operate in that system. But you still can be the one with integrity and honor and dignity. You don't have to stoop to other people's level. You can do and say what you need to do and say. Now, I'm not saying dodge and run and duck and hide, but you got to keep and maintain your own self-respect and dignity. They say that's where I came from. Oh, well, thank you so much for coming. Your cat is awesome. You know, I love, and she got me up here sighing sometimes because I love the way she sigh. When she be sighing sometimes, she be, and my mama always say, you know, you be careful who you be around because you pick up people habits, and you really do. As human beings, we do that. Sometimes we start talking like people that we be around or that we like, and we start saying the same things that they say. You really have to be careful who you be around, for real. You really do. You have to watch SIMPLYTOT's live show. She covers the $500. Okay, I need to go. Sometimes I get to see it, sometimes I don't, but I really need to see the live show where she covered the $500. Kenny said they exposed text messages. Oh, okay, I seen that one. I was in there that night. Told Kayla if she get, yes, I seen that $500. She'd keep news of the marriage off her page. Yeah, KATT is very supportive, and very professional. And I love the way she break down the case. She speaks more like an attorney, and she's not. She's into marketing, but she reads a lot, and this is intriguing to her. And she's about rights, about human rights, the Constitution for all mankind. And that's what drew me to her. And then I like the way she break down the story. As she tell it, she has taught me some things. I'm from the hood in Atlanta. People are very judgmental. That's why I don't go to many channels. Yeah, I don't go to many channels anymore. I tried to, but you can hardly talk in people's chats. You say something you think that you really, supporting the content creator, and they get mad at you, and then they chat start attacking you. And yeah, I don't go to many. I don't. I really don't. Not anymore. And then I try not to say nothing if I go. I do my best, so a lot of people think I'm just lurking, but I always speak, and then I may say something if people are really saying something that I just feel like I want to get in on. Yep, I like KATT and Flesh. I go to both of those. Oh, okay. Yeah, I go to him. I do. Lately, I've been working on researching and writing papers for my sister, trying to help her with her case that I'm going to start talking about on my members only, on workers' compensation and the joke of a system that is. And we've been in a fight for 7 years. I say we because I do the research and the writing, but my sister, she presents her case. And we've been fighting for 7 years, and we just won a major appeal where the case was closed, and we got it reversed and remanded back to district court. And so we're fighting that hurdle. And it's a battle, and it's a lot of gameplay. And as I was saying in the beginning of this video, a lot of people think because they tell us if you represent yourself, then you have to know the law. But the law speaks for itself. What you have to know is the practice of law. And we don't practice law, so that's where we miss it. But if you just do what they say and continue to research and do your case law reading, you can stay in the game. And that's what it's all about, staying in the fight. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shay. KATT is genuine. I see you in her chat often. KATT is how I found Toothless Tiger. wonderful channel. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Y'all don't even know. Sometimes I just, I said I would do this for free, and I would do this if it was only me. And sometimes it's only me, and then someone will come and join me, and I'm grateful. But I just want to uplift people and get them to understand that nothing is going to happen for you if you don't do it for yourself. You have to participate in whatever it is that you want to see. If somebody is not right, then all we can do is talk about them, and I do. I don't judge them, I just talk about them. And there is a difference. I don't condemn people because I don't have nowhere for them to go. But I do uplift them because they can take the mantle and go on as high as they want to. I don't envy people because I'm not willing to do what people do. So all I can do is just encourage you, uplift you, and hope that you get it. Or talk about you if you don't. It's, whatever. I don't have a problem either way. But my intent is never to hurt anybody. I didn't come here to hurt people, to talk people, to cuss them out and call them all kind of names. And I love to cuss. Cussing is really my second language. I just kind of cut it down because YouTube started changing their policies. But they allow us to cuss up to 50% of our video. I just choose not to. But when I feel like it, I will. And I do. My daddy was a cusser, so I loved cussing. I couldn't wait to get grown so I could start cussing. So that's just a part of life, and you can't change it to save your life. Yeah, she liked to cover a lot of case law and, a lot of cases, and she loves to read. So I know she's read a lot of law and a lot of cases. And probably in her network of friends, they tell us when you want to be something great, you get around people that are greater than yourself. And you'll be amazed at what you pick up and what you learn and what people are willing to share. And that's what people don't know, why they're so busy envying people and trying to tear the people down. If you talk to the right people, they'll give you stuff that people pay thousands of dollars for. They'll give it to you for free. All you got to do is just be genuine and committed, and then take whatever they say, if that's what you want to do or where you want to go, and apply it to your life. Yes, ma'am. Quick to take and slow to give. It is hard. And it will, and it does. That's why you get you a dictionary. Get you a law dictionary and get you an old dictionary. And generally, I give away the Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, and the book Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, because we're at war, whether we believe it or not. The war is against the people. And people don't have to believe that. All you have to do is just look at your living conditions. And not just yours personally. Look at your communities. Look at your people. Look at our mindset. We're here talking about these young men raising themselves up out of the ghetto. And now they're going to prison for using their artistic mind, the creativity that was given to them. Some of them probably can't even spell half the things that they're saying and doing, but they're doing it anyway. So it's a decision one makes, and it's very taxing, but it's also worthwhile when you reach that obtainable goal and you thought you couldn't do it. And you can't give up, because just when you're about to give up, who knows, that may be the moment that you go over wherever you're trying to go. Keisha said, Kelly G, I believe I've seen you as well. I'm usually in the bushes. I'm going to use that for sure. I don't judge, but I will talk about you. Yeah, Keisha, for real. good, bad, or indifferent, because everything you say about people is not bad. Everything you say is not good, and some things could be a little indifferent. I'm also a person, I don't agree to disagree. We either disagree or we don't. If we disagree, let's disagree and keep moving, because I don't agree to argue. My daddy taught us disagreeing was arguing, so I don't agree to do that. I may find myself doing it, but I don't agree to it. I really don't like arguing, but it happens. And it's a part of communicating to learn how to handle situations, and we need to teach our children. It also helps us learn self-discipline. I'm 66 years old, so it took me a while to learn the things that I know, but what I know, I'm willing to give them away, because there's so many of our babies that were born in the 80s and the 90s, 2000s, they lost their parents to crack cocaine. And their grandparents only knew what they knew. Some are educated, most are not. And they did the best they could. And that's what we have to come to the realization, that our parents are human and they do the best they can, but they too came from broken parents. So it's good when you see a family that's together and stick together, love one another, promote that, because there's so many families that are not. And what I found here on YouTube, it is so many families, children, which are adults now, they may be in their 30s, 40s, 50s, that come from broken homes and the foster system. And that really blew my mind, to learn so many different people that came from the foster system. And when those children turn 18, they cut them off. And so a lot of them are just put out in the streets to fend for themselves. So a lot of us are just doing the best we know how. And so those of us that know better, if we don't share what we know, what's going to happen to us? Because as sure as you're born, you're going to leave here. And the greatest thing to leave is a legacy of giving, knowledge, patience, kindness, love. Whatever you have that you can give. Attitude. Sometimes it's okay to have attitude. That tenacity is what gets some of us our jobs that we have today, or that we had when we had jobs. It's our stick-to-itiveness. A lot of people give up, and they don't even realize it's just right there, right at the moment. You done paid the price. You got to keep going. And it's okay to feel bad. Feel bad if you feel bad. Cry if you must. Scream and holler. I tell anybody, when you're hurting, if you have to get in your car, cut your music up loud as you can with your windows up, scream, holler, cry, do what you need to do to feel better. As long as you don't hurt nobody else and don't allow nobody to hurt you, do what you need to do. I've lived this. That's how I know it works. This ain't nothing nobody told me or I just read in no book. I had to go through these painstaking things in order to be where I am today. And I'm real all right with me today. I am who I say I am, and I love me some me. I really do. And I love others. The idea of others. Let's say that. Because people, I love them, but I don't like many. They're very quick to call you when they need you, and never available when you call and need them. And that's not all. It's just some. And I would say most. But there are some good people in this world. And I would venture to say that we're some of them. Let's see who said this. It went up on me. I wanted to show y'all this Dennis Byron video, but we've been here 4 hours. He did one about the altercation that happened in the court. He sounds about as they claim messy as Sylvia. I don't look at him. I don't know him. I have seen one or two of his videos and I could not stay. But he, you know, say he's a professional. And perhaps he is, but the judge took away his right to tape in the courtroom just like she did Sylvia's. So I don't know. Let me see. I've tried to read so much about my son's case because I know I have a fight because it's like a railroad. Send me an email. Say, send me an email. My email is actually strolling down here at the bottom. cyjourn1026@gmail.com. And, you know, I'll see what I can do to help you. Right now, I'm meeting a deadline, but, you know, I'm retired. I'll be in a lot of pain, but I read a lot, and I write. And that's what I do. That's my contribution to the world. I've advocated for many of people and helped them get a lot of good results. Some not so much, but most pretty good results. Who care to say? They say that crazy lady be online crying. I didn't see who cared to see it. Why is this thing in the blue? I believe I've seen in the bushes. Okay. Okay, I'm looking for. Well, I know if your son is been locked up in Fulton County or Georgia, he didn't get treated right. I can just tell that from this case. And that's really good that you're reading about his case. And if you have all of his information from his arrest on to wherever he is in the case. And if he's in prison, make sure you have permission to get any of his paperwork and request it. Here in Texas, it's normally 10 cents a page. It's probably gone up by now. But it's just best to be informed. I had started an organization called Loved Ones in Prison. It was called Black Loved Ones in Prison at first. And I dropped the black and just Loved Ones in Prison. And I started it because my ex-husband was in prison. My second ex-husband. And he was in prison. And he kept getting a lot of cases when it was time to parole. And so I wanted them to think that it was people other than me that cared about him. So I started this, I call it nonprofit, but I never did get the 501c3. But I would teach inmates how to file grievances and, you know, to do their time and don't let their time do them. I don't live in that world, and that's a whole nother world. So anybody who pretend to know what it's like in that world and you've never been there, I just don't think we can do it justice. I can't say I've been to prison more than anybody I know, but the difference between me and those people, I was on the visitation side and not on the incarcerated side. But when you're visiting, you feel just as incarcerated, just like I feel about people who work there. It's very easy to see how they're compromised. Very easy. He said, I think you dropped the link for the dictionary on a previous live show. I tried to grab it while watching the replay, but I don't know what I did. I don't know if I dropped the link because I don't know if I know how to get the link. Normally, because it's a PDF and the way it comes up, it don't really show me the link. But I'll try to see if I can get it and put it on my notes. And if I can, I will. Because it's, everybody need a law dictionary. And the 4th edition is what a lot of the courts use in the Supreme Court. And Black's Henry Campbell Black Law Dictionary. But they have other law dictionaries, and then they have different editions of the Blacks. The older the law dictionary, the better, because they have case law in the definition of the words. But if you go to the ones they're making now, they're taking the case law out because too many people are, using it and actually winning. So it can be cases won. People have won cases. It's just a hard journey, but it's one worth taking for yourself or your loved one. It's one worth taking. Okay. Yeah, I know some of these new people I've seen that popped up on my timeline about the, trial and the Kayla bumper stuff. Some of them I try to listen to, but they're a little too deep for me, so I can't. I just really like listening to KATT. I like listening to Flesh, and I listen to Seti when he pops up. And I like going over there with Tasha and D. I used to like to go over to E-Bands. I don't go over there anymore. But everybody have their own spin, and sometimes it's just good to hear other people's take on things. Sometimes your ideas align with theirs, and sometimes it does not. And people certainly run their pages totally different. And so you have to, when you go in somebody's chat, you don't know how to act or how to respond or how to... It's sometimes it's a bit much. It's not worth it. Their intentions were pure. That's why they took those rules. That's correct. Okay. Well, we don't even have to watch his video then. Let's see, the mistake was the protest in Atlanta will get you one way or another. I think I remember seeing you on Taylor's channel. Well, my son is 14. He was arrested for armed robbery, but they are trying him as an adult in Fulton County Superior Court. Oh, that is so sad. It was able to grab the court link. Excellent resources there. I know that he is really, really something on YouTube, but I think that you should also go and watch some of Charleston White real interviews and his game-related podcasts, some of his older ones when he talked about his program that he had, and his advocacy. He doesn't do a lot of advocacy now because, of course, he made it big from social media, but the young man is a wealth of knowledge, especially about the criminal injustice system for children, because he too he wasn't incarcerated in a prison system. He was in the youth facility. And they wanted to try him as an adult, but they didn't because of the attorneys that he had. And he didn't go to prison. He was one of the ones who was able to leave the youth facility and come home. But if you look at his real interviews, they're very, very, very informative. But that's really sad. Last protest was Rashad Brooks, and they burned down Wendy's and looted. Okay, I remember that. Protests always go wrong because people don't understand peace. The mindsets of negative and angry. And then they send in a lot of saboteurs. You know, they sabotage the march. A lot of people there are not there for the purpose in which the march is about. And that's how it end up getting burned down. And you best believe that's why they want you to have permits and all this good stuff for a certain amount of people and stuff, because the states have to control everything. They really believe they are the sovereign, and so they have to control every single thing. And plans are made years in advance. We plan maybe for the next 30 minutes, maybe. They plan for the next 100 years. And they have people in place to carry out their plans, always. If we would learn how this game really works, we could live a much better and peaceful life. They broke into Louis Vuitton and Gucci. Like, what did those stores have to do with it? Nothing. Those are just greedy people. And again, everybody seizing the opportunity. Unbelievable. But it's true. So all in all, I don't know what Shannon brings to the table, but he seems to be a hot commodity. And I don't have a problem with anybody getting with anybody that's in prison, because my ex-husband was there, and then I actually met someone through my program, and we communicated for years. So that can really literally happen. It's according to where you are as a person, if you are available or not, what you're looking for in a relationship. It takes all kinds to make up this world. It really does. But I can tell you, in most situations, whoever you stand by and support, when they come home, they're not going to pretty much stay with you. There are a few people that will. Most won't. Most want to forget about that life and move on to the next. And they needed you, and you were available, and you needed them. And you ought to just see it like that and keep it moving. Okay. Alrighty then. Yeah, and see, we all go through the bad boy stage, and that's one of the problems. And the good guys, we don't even want to talk to. There's this song that was made by the Intruders many years ago. It says, some guys have all the luck. Y'all heard this song? Some guys have all the pain. Some guys have a little sunshine in their lives. My life is only filled with rain. And that's the good guy syndrome. The bad guys, women flock to. And I think it's a false sense of security that causes women to do that. I don't know. But that's what I think, because I know for me, when I was into that, it was because of the false sense of security, because of my own insecurity that I didn't know I had. Yeah, definitely trauma. A lot of us don't even realize that we're living with trauma. And that's what's so sad. Because a lot of us think the things that happened to us, whatever they were, actually were the norm. But it was not. And it doesn't matter where it happened. It could have happened at school, at church, on the playground, in the home, over to your cousin or big mama house. It could have been anywhere, you know. The people that hurt you the most are the people that you love and trust the most. And you're vulnerable. But there is a quote that I found that says we tend to hurt our own feelings because we think that we're more than we are to the people that we're putting in a special place. And I just messed that quote up, but that's basically what the quote is saying. We think we're more than we are to the people that we value so highly. Yeah, we don't understand the concept. And even when we get counseling, we have to be careful, because I believe in counseling, and you get to go into a counselor and basically their position is to hear you out so that you can hear yourself. Because a lot of the pain you keep inside and you've never heard it. So they're supposed to listen and give you options, suggestions. But if you're not careful, you'll go and spend whatever you pay or your insurance pays, and you will be there for 50 minutes because they're going to start on time, but they're going to cut you off 10 minutes till the next hour. And you would have spent 40 of the 50 minutes listening to them. You may tell them something and they take over the conversation and start talking about it. And then you start trying to figure out, are you the counselor or am I the counselor? Who's counseling who? But anything that happens in one life, I figured this out and I share it with many, is the you factor. No matter what it is, you have to do it. You got to make that decision. No one can make it for you. You have to get up and do. No one's going to do it for you. And even when someone does help you, know that it's a help, because you have to do the acting on whatever help that you get. Yeah, it's pathology. Whether you know the family members or not, the pathology is there because it's human nature. It's being human. And so our family may do it this way and your family may do it that way, but both of the families is doing it wrong. Who knows? Maybe the family's getting it right. But we don't see too much of that by design. We don't see a lot of mamas and daddies. We don't. And then we talk about people that have children, but you know, that's how you replenish the people, by having children. And it would be beautiful if all could be in a happy union. But that doesn't always happen. But like I said, Shay, feel free to send me an email and we can, you know, see what we can, if I have any ideas or whatever about what's happening. You know, I'm not an attorney. I don't give advice. I don't represent people, but I do a lot of reading and I do a lot of research. And make sure you have y'all's state constitution as well as the federal constitution in your favorites. And then make sure you have y'all criminal code of procedure and your civil code of procedure. That's what governs, you know, the laws or whatever. And then you get used to Googling cases and try to find Google cases of children that, you know, committed crime and charged as an adult. Look at those cases. Things of that nature. Sometimes it looks like, you know, you want to give up. But sometimes the pain is so great you can't. You can't give up. You just got to suffer through it. And this too shall pass. When, I don't know. But it can. And it will. It's many a guys. What made me start really knowing how this system works is dealing with the prison system and people that I knew that were incarcerated. And I know a couple of people that actually brought themselves out of prison. And they could barely read when they went to prison as teenagers. But they got with inmates that was going to the law library and taught them how, they taught themselves how to read and taught them how to use that library. And I literally know a couple of guys that brought themselves out of prison from life sentences. So it's no such thing as it's so hard we can't do it. No, we don't want to do it. You got to be committed. You got to be committed. And you got to be willing to hurt and cry and do whatever you got to go through. Pick yourself back up and start over again. When it gets to be overwhelming, stop. Give yourself a rest. But it can be done. It's really happened for people. So it can be done. And on that note, since y'all told me about that guy, we're not going to even look at his video. I'm going to get ready to close. And I'm going to thank you all for staying with me for this long. And continue to visit. I greatly appreciate it. Okay. Gravitating to men who we feel have authority, which mentally translates a protector. And you so right about it, Keisha. That's what messed us up. Opinion. He appeared to be. Yeah, we can't let them get away with that one. They'll try it. And the way they get away is that we give up. And, you know, you can't give up no matter how long it takes and whether you win, lose, or draw. You got to always bet on yourself and give it your all, because you never know. There are people in all places that believe like we do, in honor, integrity, right. There are. Some believe in God, Jesus, Buddha, Allah, Muhammad, whomever. As long as you believe in something greater than yourself and you know that you got to put in the work, anything is possible. Anything is possible. And that's what we have to bank on. So as y'all know, I like to end with my songs. And for you, Shay, I'm going to end in A Mother's Love. And of course, then my favorite, Children Are Our Future. I also want to say that pray for the Hammond family. My favorite gospel singer just recently passed, Fred Hammond. He used to be the leader of the commission, but he's been singing for himself for a while with Radical for Christ. And I love his voice and his writing. So if you would lift him up, and I would appreciate that. On that note, I'm leaving the Tiger's Den. Good night. In a mother's love, you will find everything. Everything's alright. To a mother's love, you are bound. You can rest on sacred ground. In a mother's love, you are free to dream, because she sees what you can be. In a mother's love, you see the sun, enough for two, but you're one. In a mother's love, you can feel when something hurts. You can heal. Yes, a mother's love is real. You grow because she knows to let you go. Yeah, mama. Mama, mama, mama. Mother's love. Mother's love. Yeah. All right. A mother's love. And a mother's love never lies. She believes that you can fly with all of her might. A mother's love. Yay, mama. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. a lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.